64, category 1. Abandoned category 2, 940. The disputed one is little on the higher side, 16 and 145. Arrested and jail are 17 and 81. We have closely analyzed. These are the stages. Basically, stage 1 is informing. Stage 2, we've informed to other authorities. Then stage 3 is we involve the RPS and the ship owner for meeting. And we have a proper SOP for this. We have devised a SOP internally with Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways. Then stage 4, if required, we involve the unions and the legal support. And stage 5 is basically repatriation. Stage 6 is when they come back, we debrief and get the lessons learned. So if you can see, all are in mostly in stage 4 and stage 5 where we are working with them from our side. And in the last 1 month, if you can see, these are the resolved status. Last 1 month, we have done a lot of activities. If you can see, in the last 1 month itself, we have resolved 54 vessels with 394 cases. And unfortunately, as a routine, in last 1 month, we have done this, but 13 vessels with 74 Indian seafarers have got added up. On a remarkable note, we have resolved 801 seafarers back cases. So how this happened? Actually, what is happening? So we have done a detailed analysis. Now, DG Shipping Crew Branch has a dedicated cell monitoring this on a day-to-day basis, which is I am also closely monitoring on this. And this report goes to right up to from DG to the Secretary. So Secretary Shipping has a KPI for monitoring this on the monthly basis. So our target is by next year we should be out of that first top 3 list. That is our target and which we are working on. Obviously, this is a topic for today. So we have done a lot of things. Apart from this, if you can think anything of this which can be added, we are welcome and we will initiate those things, part of our SOP to review the cases and get the resolutions forward. So there are 3 types of things which are happening generally when we analyzed, we came to know. First is cheating by third-party agents. The RPS agents normally don't get involved in, so please don't think I'm quoting on all RPS. It is so-called only few notorious RPS which we have taken actions. I will be coming to that little later. So these agents, they don't get involved in direct dealing with the candidates. So what they do, they put some agents outside and he is dealing with the seafarers. So kuch bhi hoga, he is the one who is responsible. If he is safe, they will get money. If he is not safe, the agent is the one. So he runs off. So there is no contact between the RPS agents. So RPS agents comes only into picture when he has uploaded in the master checker. Till the master checker, whatever cheating happens, it happens outside. So that is one kind of cheating. The second kind of cheating is putting you on a vessel where you are put on vessel A, but master checker may be shown as vessel B. So what happens in this case is much more dangerous than the first one, because first one you have given money, you don't normally board the vessel. So you are there and you are there in India, so that law of land, FIR and all those things you can get into it. And I have cases generally on an average at least 3 to 4 cases a week. I get cases on these such kind of FIRs and we guide them to go to FIR. But the only way out is awareness. India, as you know, unemployment is on a higher range, So it is also on shipping. It is not nothing new that shipping is flourishing. So unemployment is there and seafarers, especially jahaj ke baare mein bolte, oh, you get a lot of money and you get lured, so that you can go on ships and you get cheated. So generally cheating in shipping is easier. Airline, it is not that, you have limited crews, but shipping, you have more crew. So more cheating, more agents are there. So seafarers have to be aware. The only way out is creating awareness, which we have started doing. I will come to that. This one is much more dangerous. Why? Because the seafarer is put on some other vessel and he is not on that vessel. So what happens to the social security in case of any emergency? The vessel sinks or something happens, then it is very difficult. I have many cases going on presently where the family has come and crying that there is no social security benefit, because whom to catch? The seafarer is not on that vessel at all, and we don't know whether he is on that vessel, he is missing or other thing. So these cases are much more dangerous, where we are creating awareness seafarers, and generally we have seen seafarer is aware and party to the con. He is aware and he is wantedly gone on other vessel. He is telling, okay, I am working on a tugboat, but give me a big tanker, So which is wrong. Seafarer is also involved in such activities. So we have, sorry to say this, seafarers bhi doodh ka dulhan nahi hai, So we have started taking actions again, those seafarers also, to put them under stress by creating actions against them, so that it is a deterrent to other seafarers, so that they don't get involved in such activities. The third one is where seafarers is involved, where they are put up on ships on business visa. So such countries are there. They don't go as seafarers, they go on some ships or some mall or somewhere they are working, and they come on business visa and they come back, they get sea time. So these are the three categories which we have analyzed. So what we have done? So cheated by third party, taking money, giving money, both are wrong. जैसा बोलते हैं रिश्वत देना और लेना दोनों गलत है. So it is not allowed, So what seafarer has to do? Immediately approach the nearest police station. They immediately come to us. Okay, but DG Shipping क्या करेगा? Because there is an agent. As per law of land, there is an agent. It is not RPS agents. So RPS agents, we can take action as per law. But the agent who is not registered by us, it has to be as per the law of land. So you have to immediately approach the nearest police station. So in that role, the union has to take a active role by educating the seafarers, promoting them, and taking them awareness campaign, like going to police station, supporting the seafarers. What happens when he is not placed on vessel A and vessel B? So now we have issued a circular where seafarers has to validate themselves. So very important circulars we have put forward, DGS Crew Branch Circular 25 of 2024. I hope the RPS agents who are involved are aware of this. If you are not aware and in this room, it is very dangerous. Please read this circular. RPS agents and seafarer, it is like Mia Bibi now, husband and wife. You have to go, whatever fights you have to go together. You can't be separate, So whatever the master checker entries are done, whatever changes are being done, the seafarer is also has to be aware of the changes. So, and those changes seafarer has to acknowledge and validate. अभी ऐसा आजकल नहीं है. You can seafarer tells, okay, I don't know, he has put me on some vessel, and he comes back and he tells, I don't know, I was on that vessel. No, sorry, my friend, it is your duty to acknowledge the sea service. So now this is a very important change where seafarer is made a party to acknowledgement of his own sea service, which is done by the RPS agents. And now seafarer's family, they cannot tell, I don't know the indoors number of my husband, my son. No, you should know your indoors number, your son's indoors number, which vessel is going. आजकल तो सब कुछ available, everything is available, everything is there in the net media, people know everything. So you have to be aware, where is the vessel, where is the thing, even your user ID you should know. Bank ka, passport ka, sabka you are having user ID. Please have the user ID of the indoors profile, where you can check whether the seafarer is on the correct vessels or not. Also, very importantly, we have in this circular we have introduced, very important in this circular we have introduced port of joining. Now we have started monitoring port of joining also in the present system. So in this port of joining, we have started monitoring, especially where the abandonment cases are on the higher. We have noticed especially Iran, Saudi, and UAE. And Turkey. These are the 4 or 5 countries which are on the topmost. So what we are doing, we are closely monitoring these agents who are especially placing seafarers on these vessels. and we have even blocked their privileges, which I will be coming next. So these are the three types of scenario. What has to be done? This is for seafarers when they are struck. So scenario 1, RPS agents not responding, so inform. Then as per the financial security, generally it is a good case where P&I is valid. Within 2 months, if the salary is not given, seafarer has to immediately approach. So what happens? Seafarer keeps quiet for 6 months because he wants his sea time, or 7 months, and then he cries. No, it is very late. 1 month as per MLC, within regular intervals you need to be paid. 1 month you are not paid, wait. The next month you are not paid, immediately inform and get out of the vessel with your P&I in place. Please don't wait for 3 months, 4 months, that situation will improve. Situation will never improve. I am dealing presently 4 cases where the seafarers has reported after 17 months. Can you believe? After 17 months he has been on board, 16 months, 17 months, then now he is asking, my salary mere ko nahi mila, 13 mahina, 14 mahina. Why he was there on board? The responsibility on seafarer is also there to inform within 2 months. If 2 months it is not there, generally the P&I insurance covers your wages for 4 months and for your repatriation. So it is also the responsibility of seafarer to invoke the P&I through the master and get back. Also, the second case, as I told you, it is a tedious case where a lot of PSC, port state, everything has to be involved, arrest the vessel and then get back. Much more complicated where DGS is involved. Case 3 is much more serious where it is as per law of land. We get the embassy involved, and also we assist in the lawyer through the RPS agency if it is there, if it is not there, through the union and the other associated parties. So what we have done? So we have taken some 10 steps. I will quickly go down because he's already started seeing me. So step 1, we have get into the helpline mode. We have made a helpline. You can see where is the FSUSL call. So I'm not favoring any one union here. See, we are promoting everybody. Sailor Society is there, Nusi Sahara is there, Synergies V team is there, ISWAN's is there. Also somebody has given me the team of fleet. I need to add this, amend this, and FSUI. All helplines are there. These are free, multilingual, 24/7. We have started promulgating this everywhere. And in our website we have displayed. Because till our thing comes, already a ready-made thing is available. So we have started promoting this for seafarers. Step 2, as I told you, there has been a contact point given. And if this number, 8657549760, is not with seafarer, he is doing a grave mistake. This slide, this email, this number has to be shared with every seafarer. If you are from RPS agency, please take this, print this and put it in your contracts. Share with seafarers. This is the 24/7 seafarers grievance helpline, which is manned by DGCOM. DGCOM, everybody knows where is it? Anybody doesn't know where is DGCOM? DG Communication Center is in Navi Mumbai, in Nau Bhavan, not Navi Mumbai. Nau Bhavan. It is there in Nau Bhavan in Ballard Estate, where the MMD exam center is there. On top it is there. There are 3 offices there, especially related to seafarer. Though Shipping Master, DSC office, SWFS, everybody is there. But on top floor, very important office is there. One office is LRIT, Long Range Identification Tracking System is there for India. It is a very highly sophisticated system. If you have not been there, be there and see that. The next one is, it is allowed. MMDAC, Marine Mercantile Domain Awareness Center, MMDAC. There is a center called Marine Mercantile Domain Awareness Center. This center was inaugurated by our Honorable PM Shri Narendra Modi ji in 2016. This is active and 24/7 radio officers and master mariners are there. In addition to that, we have DGCOM center there, which is being monitored. We have circulated this number, which is available for seafarers, and we keep getting calls and messages in this number. If seafarer is not aware how to use the emails, he can always WhatsApp by this number. Okay, step 3, we have introduced DGCOM online reporting system, which is available in DG website. Also, we have given e-Samudra project where by October or November 2025, we will have paperless system in the directorate. I know the present system is not good. Everybody has complaints. It works is only in for Mozilla Firefox. It is not working in this. It is not working in the other system. But trust me, by 2025 November, we will have a system where we can have a paperless system, complete transparency, and everybody can say, wow. Next, we are already working on a comprehensive grievance portal, which will be app-based, where FSUI is doing it, Directorate is going to do, where there will be different headings where seafarers can directly contact the concerned officer. This is going to be launched probably in April 2025. Already ARI started working on this module. This is the flow chart of the system. We have also started putting the comprehensive grievance escalation matrix. Presently, there were no escalation matrix, there were no timelines. So if you can see, everything will come to up to DG. And all has been given timelines. If you can see 0, that means 0 ko cut kiya hai, matlab there was no timelines earlier. So everywhere you can see not more than 7 days, whatever it is. Also, we have started MS Notice 11 of 2024, very important. We have started blocking the privileges of the seafarers where we have noticed that they have submitting fake documents. Also, we have started writing to Ministry of Corporate Affairs for blocking of the DIN, because in India, every company director is supposed to have a DIN number. So already 4 directors we have written to Ministry of Corporate Affairs for blacklisting for 5 years. I was thinking to put it on the website, but I am just thinking whether we need to put with the name or not. People can tell me after the meeting whether we should highlight those directors. So now we have started also for these directors. Now क्या होता है, director को तो blacklist कर दिया है. So what they do, they conveniently stop this and get their wife or husband or their relative and they come back again, for the RPS. So now we are going to have an undertaking for new RPS, whichever DIN is blocked by the directorate and blacklisted, they cannot open with the other relatives. They have to undertake. Also, we have stopped and taken action against the seafarers who have been involved where we have noticed they are on vessel A or vessel B. So today's date, the figure is 234. So 234 seafarers indoors have been blocked just for involvement in the fraudulent activities. We have suspended their CDC for 6 months. Actions are being initiated. We are very strict on these activities where the seafarers are themselves parties to these activities. Also, I have spoken about the SMS alert system where we have started, where seafarer will get SMS whenever they are joining any ships with the details of the ship and also the port of joining. So now seafarer cannot say that I cannot see the SMS, because every seafarer will get SMS and they have to acknowledge themselves their sea time. Also, we have started working on the CIP, where there have been a lot of requests that there has to be changes to the module, so which we are working on the industry with the grading of this system. Also, we are working with Quality Control of India to have a separate audit grading of RPS agencies. It is independent, third party, Quality Control of India. There is a MOU being worked out for not only maritime training institutes and also for RPS agencies. And we are going to prepare a model code of conduct where industry has already given. In the MLC compliance board, we are working on the model code of conduct where seafarers have to follow these guidelines as a minimum. Also, I can keep on talking about Sagar Mein Yog and Sagar Mein Samman. These are my pet projects which I am working on. I will come back to this little later. Step number 6, we have started a comprehensive package, and today's date, in last 4 months, we have blocked privileges of 99 RPS agencies. I was thinking that it will become 100, but by 31st December 2024, the figure stands 99. And we have gone very strict. We have started blocking the owners, blacklisting them on the system, And as I told you, we have started writing to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for blocking their DINs. We have started already for 4 directors. Trust me, this is going to go up to 50 because we have a lot of people lined up and we are working on this. And there have been major changes brought in the MS bill, the present, which was tabled in the Lok Sabha in the winter session, where you can see now there is a introducing of criminal liability. Presently, there is no criminal liability on the RPS agency. So we have brought this. There is a talk of increasing the bank guarantee because it is very easy to get the license. That is what is the general consensus. Just pay 10 lakhs for the bank guarantee and start RPSL. That is what it is. So there is a talk now with the industry that these has to be increased for the 51 minimum to 50 lakhs. That is, the talks are going on. I am not commenting anything. It is up to the industry to come out with the guidelines where we can increase on the bank guarantee so that especially the notorious one which start and do the business and run away. So we want to catch them and hold them accountable. We are also in the way of introducing a mandatory basic safety course, awareness course, which will be included in the PSSR. These all changes what we have told, the grievances thing, the numbers and all those things are going to come up with the awareness course. Also, we are going to review this CDC rule 2017 where it is very easy. We have introduced, I know this is a game changer because of these 5 basic courses, STCW, you get a CDC. This has been a boon for the cruise industry and the other non-technical staffs like fitters and other people. But this has been a notorious thing which is happening. So we need to come up, we are working on this thing, how to revise this, especially not hindering the cruise industry growth. So we are working on this to include a preparatory course of 2 months where basic preparation will be done for the awareness of the seafarers. So necessary changes will be done to the module in the seafarers and where we can get into it. Also, we have gone big into the seafarer digital platforms where we are going to connect with the seafarers via media, social media. You would have seen the circular which has been already out. So we were only in tweet, X post, now we are going in LinkedIn, social media and everywhere. Now you will be seeing my face everywhere on this with small videos. We are planned for 40 videos by April where DDG training and DDG crew will be telling, okay, this is Indos number, how to apply. This is the company, where to see. All this are going to come in the podcast of the directorate which is going to come in by the April. Okay, this is the big thing which I want to tell up, that we are working on a repatriation fund. So normally these abandoned cases are very critical. The owner runs off, the vessel is there, you arrest the vessel, then what do? The seafarer is there, who is going to pay? P&I is not valid. So this is a catch-22 situation where the port state will auction the vessel and then get the salary of the crew. But trust me, in many countries, the crew salary is not on the first. The first is related to the port charges, pilot charges and other charges. I was surprised to note that many countries, I don't want to name these countries, it is their seafarers' wages is in the last. Fortunately in India, at least seafarer wages are in the top. So these are the things where we are planning to work on the bank guarantee. See, many companies have run away. So their bank guarantee is with us. So, but it is their money. So government cannot easily utilize it. So we have made a committee with financial experts whether how can we use this bank guarantee for creating a repatriation fund. Directorate is working on the Section 8 company, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So such cases where we can provide legal assistance. Obviously this Section 8 company will have DG representative and all industry, MASA, INSA, FOSMA, all the representatives, CMMI, IMEI, Institute of Marine Engineers, everybody will be part of this board where a collective decision will be taken for providing legal support to seafarers, the repatriation, how much wages can be given. Because there is a general thought from the industry that we should not support the wages part. If we regularize this, then what will happen? every RPS will think, okay, we will send them, whatever happens, government is there to give their wages. So that has to be worked out with the board, where we will be getting obviously IRS, the RO, and everybody on board, financial experts. A committee has been already formed on this, and we are working on this Section 8 company. And ministry is also very keen on this thing. Proposal for tie-up, NGOs and international organizations such as ITF, we are working out with the MOU for getting the details, and they have been very helpful in providing all the details of the seafarers, because generally we were having problem with getting their details. We get just message that these many seafarers are abandoned, and then we go and check in the master checker, none on board, because they have done by A and B, as I told you, they have been not placed on that vessel. So it is very difficult. Now ITF has started sharing their details, then we know which kind of seafarer is there. So we don't block their seafarer, INDOS and CDs. Yeah? We try and get them back, and after getting them back, then we block their INDOS, because they have been also party to this abandonment. And also we are working with Dr. Asif will be very happy to note that we are working on the trainers for the seafarers, so that they are aware, the seafarers are aware what kind of training has to be. We are working on the Sailors Society, ISWAN, and also the MOU we request, I know ITF will be there. If they are not even their members, seafarers are seafarers. So I request whatever it is there, seafarer and ITF have been very kind to provide support to the seafarers. The last one before I conclude, we are working on the authentic job portal, dedicated for trainees. This will be only for trainees. So like big companies like MSC, Anglo, Synergy, they can have their own recruitment, but they will put it on the portal and they will fill it there. So it will be a transparent system, especially for the other ones where they are not seen and which are unknown entities. So they have to also put here. So I have been given warning not to proceed further. So these are related to death. I will just skip. One last before I conclude. Okay, this is my wish list. So these are the things which we are working very closely because I want to end on a positive note. I have been just telling so many things about RPS. So these are the things on the positive note before I conclude, that we are working on similar lines where Qatar has given a seafarers launch for in their airports. So we are working on the Mumbai airport and also New Delhi airport, where more and more seafarers are transiting, to have a dedicated seafarer launch, dedicated frisking counter, and dedicated immigration counter. So the figure is less because 40 or 80 people we are finding. So now we have discussed with them to give for certain time, within that time we can have this counter open where the seafarers can go. So these are our wish list. We are working on Seafarers Club, duty-free shops, and many more things which we are thinking of bringing for our seafarers. And there are much more to discuss, but as I have been already given warning, thank you very much. And I am hoping you will give me a lot of inputs which we can improve upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel Saab. Two keywords here: unemployment and awareness. So Daniel Saab, unemployment तो बहुत है और उसके लिए लोग तो करेंगे जहाज पे जाएंगे, but the other keyword is awareness, and it's a fantastic PPT. I wish if you can give us permission, we can share it. Let's share it amongst all the colleges, all the seafarers, and maybe they can benefit out of this. So, can I call Mr. Narendra Rao ji, please, on stage to felicitate can I call on stage Mr. Steve Trousdale. He's the Inspectorate Coordinator, International Transport Workers Federation, ITF. Thank you, sir. Can I call on stage Manoj Yadav ji? Is he around? Aye, Yadav ji, aye. Can I call on stage Dr. Syed Asif Altaf Chaudhary? He's up with a brilliant workshop. कोई बात नहीं सर. Bouquet? So Asif Sahab, I was told not to introduce much about yourself because you're conducting a workshop and you will be letting us know more about what you do. Over to you, sir. Aye.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to come back to India. As you know, I'm from Bangladesh, although working for last 19 years in London. So when I come in India, I feel very much at home. Like I feel like I'm in Bangladesh. And I was in Bangladesh last 3 weeks with my mother. So went to UK for 2 days, coming back to India. So it's an absolute pleasure to be back in India and working with you all. Because and my supervisor Steve is here. And so it's me and Steve is always, our first bottom line is that we are paid to support seafarers. So we see this is our obligation, our responsibility to support seafarers. So we are here just not to do our job. We feel that this is our obligation and we do need to do something for the seafarers. So today we have an exciting group work. When me and Manoj was planning this seminar, I say we don't want have a panel discussion, we talk and others listen. So it's important that we hear from each and every one of you. So we want you to be involved in group work. Tell us, as Captain Daniel challenged you, to tell us what else to do. So I'm going to make a very short presentation. I want to call it Healthy, Happy and Safe Seafarers. Because it's not to be only healthy and happy, I need to be safe. When I go on board ship, I know I have a job. I'm not going to a ship which is already abandoned, which Steve will talk about it. So it's horrible to hear a story that a seafarer fly all the way to South Africa to go to a ship which is already abandoned. I think it cannot be worse than that. So as a seafarer, I have the right to be healthy, I have the right to be happy, and I have the right to be safe. So again, why it's important? In ITF London office, we have a 10-member dedicated team which Steve supervises, whose only job is to get email, WhatsApp, messenger message for support. Increasingly, the whole case of mental health and abandonment is coming so much. Seafarers sending us email with a self-harm video. They're sending us email with a self-harm video, saying we are desperate for help. So think about a seafarer writing to you an email with a self-harm video. So how desperate they are. So this is something last 3 years has increased, I would say 3 to 5-fold. And again, because of what Captain Daniel said, Fsui said, previously seafarers were afraid talking about mental health, afraid to reach out to us. With all the awareness we are doing, they feel confident that there is someone to support. So in a good sense is that they are writing to us asking for support, which is the starting point for promoting their well-being. Again, you have seen this study many times. So according to the Yale University, one of the best public health university in the world, top 5 public health university in the world, they did a survey, 28% seafarer had depression, anxiety. It's not stress. All of us in this room have stress, 100%, I can guarantee. I'm a medical doctor, do psychology, and Lisa is here, psychologist. Each and everyone in this room have stress.
but we are talking about mental health condition. This needs treatment and management. So if it is 28%, in a ship, if there are 16 workers, seafarers, 4 of them have mental health issue. If the number is not 28, if it's even 10%, every ship there's 2 seafarers. And we know negative vibe pass more quickly than the positive vibe. Staying 9 months with someone who is have mental health issue can be challenging for the others. So please, my friend, this is a reality. It's not about talking about theory. An Indian seafarer was involved in this study. 20% seafarer who took part in the study have suicidal thought, thinking of taking their life. And again, this is a reality. And again, Indian seafarer was involved in this study. Talking about suicide, again, as ITF as a union, we play a very delicate role in the reporting of suicide. I'm not sure if you're surprised to know 90% of the CBA does not cover suicide as death compensation. Think of a seafarer die of suicide. 125,000 US dollar PNI club death compensation. They're not getting that. So family lost the earning member who is no more in this world, also losing out 125,000 US dollar because it's not part of the death compensation. So when we're talking about number of suicide on board is always underreported. As a trade union, we sometimes try to be in the middle. We don't want to say the suicide because the seafarer will lose 125,000 US dollar as a death compensation. According to the PNI club data, some of them, 15% of all the deaths of the seafarers are suicide, which is quite alarming. And again, it's not Asif saying this. You can do a Google search, and you can find it out. According to another PNI club data, 40% of the cadets' death in the last 10 years come as a result of suicide. So it's not only senior seafarers who are dying of suicide, even the cadets are dying of suicide. And again, it's not coming from ASIF or ITF. It's a PNI club data, it's in the public domain. You can do a Google search and find it out. The reality is that it is happening. It is happening around us. I know Captain Daniel talks about Sagar Mein Samman. I know you are working on that. We ITF want to promote women seafarer on board ship, but harassment, bullying is happening on board ship. We cannot ignore that. Norwegian seafarer, which has the highest number of women seafarers in the cruise industry, did a survey. 25% says that they experience harassment and bullying. So it's excellent to know that DG Shipping has taken up a program called Sagar Mein Samman, which we support, and we will do everything possible to support my very good friend, Captain Daniel. But harassment, bullying is happening on board ship. And again, we know that people don't respond. People don't come out. But 25% say that they are sexually harassed and bullied on board ship. So when we are talking about Sagar Mein Samman, we have to do something on this. Otherwise, whole issue of Sagar Mein Samman will be compromised. And again, we must empower our women seafarers to speak out. We must empower our women seafarers to speak out. I'm sure you know, IMO has already identified the gap area of STCW. Harassment and bullying and mental health will be added to the STCW. It will be obligatory, compulsory course for all the schools to include harassment, bullying, and mental health in their module. So it will be obligatory for all the school to start something. So they are in the process. So we expect that by 2026, the new STC, revised STCW, will have harassment and bullying as a component, as obligatory thing, and mental health. And Captain Daniel did not really mention, but on Tuesday, we expect to sign an MOU with the DG Shipping, where we will train the trainers, we will train the faculty members of the Maritime Academy to teach their cadets. From the ITF side, we are working in different parts of the world to work with the Maritime Academy and the government, because we have seen the students and the cadets are not prepared to go on board ship. They think it's a fantastic job. It is a fantastic job. But they don't know it's a demanding job. They don't know it's a challenging job. They don't know what's the problem they're going to face. They think they will earn a good salary. But we know there's abundant ship. We know they're not getting the paid. And another thing, we never thought that seafarer think, I can see the world as a seafarer. I know many seafarers going to Australia, Sydney Harbour. The ship is there. They can see the skyline and the light of the Sydney Harbour. They cannot go out. Even that is more frustrating for a seafarer. So again, the whole point, the MOU we're going to sign with the DG Shipping is all about telling the seafarer that it's a good job, but it's demanding and challenging. You need to prepare yourself. You need to know what is stress. You need to know how I know I have stress and what to do. So we are very excited to, our good friend Captain Daniel, it's not easy to, with the bureaucracy, to move it forward. He has done it, and inshallah on Tuesday we're going to sign the MOU, and we're going to train all the Maritime Academy in India, their faculty members, so they can teach their cadets about mental health and harassment and bullying, because STCW gets as obligatory course. Again, I will not talk about it. We all know about it. We must talk, when we talked about mental health, we must talk about abandonment. Think of going on a ship. Like we know all this thing, like long hours, 9 months out of family. In addition to all these things, now he's going or she's going to a ship where there is no job. 17 months, Steve has a story of 5 years on board ship. No food. Only food he's getting from the ITF for the last 5 years. So we must, when we are talking about well-being of the seafarer, when we are talking about promoting the well-being of the seafarer, we must address this. And I'm very happy to Captain Daniel, you are doing lots of stuff, already practical steps, to move it forward. But we have to do more. And that's why after this, we want you to tell us, because we want each and every of you to get involved in the group work and tell us what we can do to really minimize. We cannot make it zero, but we can minimize it. We can reduce it. Again, there's no food, mental health, like when you are on board ship, 7 months, 5 months, no salary. Your family is waiting for the money, to feed the family. And this is extra headache for you to be on that situation. Again, like this is one case. Look at this, we are talking about good job. This is one case study, this is the canteen and this is the freezer. There's nothing there. And it's only one case, but there are many like that. And if I can tell, it's not that I want to make my supervisor happy, but if anybody dealing with abandoned case, Steve is doing it. He listened to me everything. Only thing he doesn't listen to is to stop his WhatsApp when he sleeps. I don't know how he managed it. Only thing he does is supporting the seafarers. And there's so many cases. It's so many cases we are getting every day. We are talking to Captain Daniel about Iran. It's a difficult place, but we are helping our seafarers even in Iran, which is one of the most difficult places in the world to reach out. Again, 2023, 12.1 million US dollar not paid to the seafarers. 12.1 million US dollar that has not been paid to the seafarer, and our inspector recovered that money. We did lots of ship visit, and number one, I don't want to name and shame anybody, is every flag state was involved there. So again, when we are talking about seafarers' mental health, is the content and the context. I'm very happy to see Synergy have a 24/7 service, but I think in the future we can talk about Synergy, because we have seen from the experience that when it's run by the company, the seafarers are sometimes afraid to call because there's a perceived fear. I'm not saying it's a real fear. They think, oh, I might be blacklisted, which is not true. I fully agree. But there's a perceived feeling, oh my God, I will be reported. So maybe in the future, you are already investing money, energy, and resource into that. Maybe we can talk with you and with other companies how they can feel more confident, using those services. But hats off to Synergy, one of the very few companies, who having this multilingual 24/7 service. Hats off to Synergy for doing that. So again, the content workload, we are working on that, and again is the context. So we have 140 inspectors worldwide whose only job is to support seafarers. Captain Daniel talking about Finland, recent case of 21 Indian seafarers having a legal battle. I told him that we will involve our inspector in Finland, who is a very, very good inspector, a very capable inspector, to help the Indian seafarer who are stranded in Finland with legal issues. So we will do that. Again, what we are doing, we are doing lots of awareness session. With them, again, 24/7 counseling, FSCI, Seacall, Nusi Sahara. Again, all over the world, we are working with the government and the maritime school because we believe that we have to take a proactive role. When you become a seafarer, it's difficult to reach you. But cadets are in a confined place. And there's a more chance they will listen to their faculty members that stress is there, do something. So we are very proud of our work with the government institute and the maritime academies. Last one I did was DD shipping with Sri Lanka. All the schools in Sri Lanka, we trained the faculty member in December this year. So all the school in Sri Lanka will have mental health education. Maritime school will have mental health education for the cadets. So any cadet, before going on board ship, they will have some sort of understanding about mental health. And again, next month, Steve is going to Algeria, doing the same thing. We invited Captain Daniel to be an observer there. In March, we'll be going to Panama. There are 2 schools in Panama, and we'll be working with the government of Panama to introduce mental health module in the curriculum. Next month, we'll sign an MOU with Philippines government, the Marina, which is the custodian of the training of the seafarers in Philippines. So we want to take a proactive role for the future seafarer, the prospective seafarer, to help them. Again, FSA Seacall, I'm very proud to be part of this Seacall, which is really helping at the ground level of the seafarers. Again, seafarers love web technology, so we have an app where seafarer can reach out to us. We have a Facebook page. They're one click away to service. Wherever they are, any Indian seafarer can reach out to us through one WhatsApp message or messenger message. Wherever they are, we can help them. So that's I want to say. Again, if you can look at this question, you're going to do that thing? Okay. So I want to really push you. We will have 6 panels coming in half an hour, but we want each and every one of us to get involved in the group work, tell us what else we can do. How better we can minimize abandonment case, how better we can promote seafarers' well-being. Because maybe you have some idea which we don't know, which Captain Daniel does not know, which Steve Trusdell does not know, which Captain Ankush does not know. So we really want you to push you and be open your heart. You don't have to mention your name. And whatever you're going to come out in the group discussion, that will be present in the panel. So your thoughts, your ideas is not just a group work. It will be highlighted in the panel. We'll challenge the panelists to comment on the points you are highlighting in your group work. So please be honest in your opinion and frank in your opinion. So I give it to Asheria to talk about this group work, maybe? Yeah, will be 2 topics. One is abandonment of seafarers. How do you think, we go to the first one, please. Abandonment, so we want like half of the team to talk about how all of us together can help seafarers on abandonment cases. We want to know from you. And number 2 thing, around the abandonment case, we want to know if there's abandonment happening, how we can support them. So maybe like half of you can work on the abandonment, this 2 question, and half of you can work on the mental health of seafarers. And we really want you to give your honest and frank feedback so that we can learn from you. As Captain Daniel challenged you that, please tell us what else we can do. So that's the thing I want to do. And Ashira, maybe you want to have quick comments about the group work?
Okay, there has been a sheet that has been distributed on the tables for the answers for these particular questions. So we need groups to be made. I think we are distributing 2 sheets each table, where we'll have 3 of the person from one table and 3 from the other. So you have 3 people together come and give that answers. This is an important thing that we want to do, an exercise which will really help us understand your views. And that is why I'm requesting everybody, you have to write. Come on, go ahead, do it.
So be honest and frank.
Just be honest. If you don't want to write your names, we are okay with that. Just be honest and write. Sir, please go ahead. No, you have either of the topics. Don't, one question or one topic. Yes, yes. So the first space is given for the mental, and the second would be for the abandoned. You can take any one question and answer that. Lisa, you are supposed to answer. Right. You take your group with Nazir sir, yourself, and there is some more people sitting on your table. So take 4 of us and write one answer on one topic. We are doing mental health and abandoned both, sir. Both. So you can choose one of the questions from one of the topics and you can give the answers. It's rotating. It's rotating. You have our volunteers all around. If you have any questions, you can ask them also, please. I'm really expecting some really good answers from the clinical psychologists sitting here. So I hope we have answers now. Can you start collecting the answers who have done with it, Bhakti? Okay, Bhakti, let's start collecting the answers. We don't have time. Okay, we'll give another 2 minutes before we finish. जाकर पूछो. So start, I think we are done with the answers. Let's just start collecting it. Meanwhile, Sanjeev, can you please take over and we'll start doing it. Thank you everyone for your participation. I really hope we have got something good out of it. Yes, sir.
So Bhakti is going to come around and collect these cards. You done already? Good, thank you. So can I call on stage Captain Basin, please? Can I request Mahendra Gharatji, please, to come on stage? Yes, sir. So Shri Mahendra Gharat ji is a labor leader who represented India at the ILO conference in 2017. He was elected vice chair of the ITF Logistics and Warehousing section and joined the ITF Executive Board in October 24. He is also the president of the new Maritime and General Kamgar Sangatana with over 25,000 members, and serves as the National Secretary of the Indian National Trade Union Congress and President of the Raigad District Congress. Sir, आइए sir.
FSUI Seacall नेविगेशन माइंड्स, ये जो अपना ITF के हमारे यहाँ नेतागण आसिफ भाई है, स्टीव है, मनोज जी हमारे दोस्त है, मिश्रा जी हमारे सीनियर AB मेंबर हैं रेलवे के, और यहाँ सब बैठे हुए सारे साथीगण, हम लोग EB मेंबर ये कांग्रेस में चुन के आए, और अभी सारी जिम्मेवारी यहाँ की, यह जो प्रॉब्लम है सीपेरस यूनियंस में है, काम करे सबके लिए हम लोग काम करते हैं। मोस्टली मैं तो पोर्ट्स और वेयर हाउसिंग से हूँ, ट्रांसपोर्ट से हूँ, लेकिन ये हमारा कनेक्टेड सीपेरस का इशू जो है बहुत सारा कनेक्टेड है। हम जब बात करते हैं इंडिया और अब्रॉड जाते हैं तो ये अबंडन का इशू जो है कि जब इंडिया टॉप लिस्ट में उसमें दिखते हैं, एज ए यूनियन लीडर हम लोग जहाँ भी जाते हैं, EB मेंबर जाते हैं, तो हम लोग को ये पूछा जाता है कि ये जो लोग अटके हुए कहाँ तो शिप्स भी अबंडन है, फिर भी रिक्रूटमेंट होता है। और ज़्यादा तो मुंबई और हमारे नई मुंबई के एरिया में रिक्रूटमेंट वाले ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ट्रेनिंग सेंटर तो हमारे एरिया में, TS रहमान से लेके पनवेल में जहाँ भी जाओ, और लोग जहाँ भी जॉब मिलता है जाते हो तो पूछते नहीं, यूनियन से भी मालूम नहीं रहता है, जहाँ भी अपॉर्चुनिटी है लोग जाना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उसमें जाना चाहते हैं। और उसके बाद जब अटक जाते हैं, ये जब अबंडन का प्रॉब्लम होता है तो फिर फैमिली मेम्बर्स पैनिक होते हैं, हम लोग को भी थोड़ी सी शर्म की बात होती है कि यार सबसे ज़्यादा टॉपर्स हम इसमें हैं, और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि अभी इंडिया में जैसा भी हो, मैं तो बेसिकली कांग्रेस का प्रेसिडेंट हूँ मैं, लेकिन फिर भी मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट आने के बाद ये थोड़ा सा उसमें डिफरेंस आया है कि आपने, और मैं भी 25 साल से अब्रॉड जाता हूँ, 25 साल हो रहे मेरे को। 2000 में मैं पहला ऑस्ट्रेलिया गया था, तो वहाँ की पोजीशन थी, आज की पोजीशन में हमारे जो अहमियत है लोगों की नज़र देखने की अलग है। आज जहाँ भी मैं थोड़ा सा बाहर जाके बोलूँगा, जितने भी मैचेस देखते हो, और ऑस्ट्रेलिया में टेस्ट मैच भी है तो पूरा मैदान भरा पड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि इंडियंस बहुत ज़्यादा उधर है। लंदन में जाओ, दुबई में जाओ, जहाँ भी जाओ, सारे मैदान भरे हुए, इतने लोग अपने आजकल माइग्रेंट हो चुके हैं जॉब्स के लिए, और हमारे लोग ज़्यादा इसमें सीपेयर्स में जाना जाते हैं, लेकिन अभी क्या होता है कि जैसे अबंडन के इतने केसेस आ चुके हैं तो लोग डरते हैं भेजने, क्योंकि आज पहले जैसे बच्चे, पहले जो हमारे माताजी पिताजी थे 7-7 8-8 बच्चे थे, अभी तो एक ही है, और एक को भेज के फिर अगर उसमें कुछ अटक जाते हैं, अबंडन होता है, तो पूरा फैमिली पैनिक हो जाता है। एज ए यूनियन लीडर्स हमारे मनोज भाई, हमारे बेटे, हमारे जैसे सारे साथी हैं, उनको तो तकलीफ है, लेकिन एज ए AB मेंबर हमारे पास भी लोग आते हैं कि इसमें आप क्या कर रहे हो, तो हम गवर्नमेंट से भी अपील करेंगे और आप सबको बोलेंगे जो भी इसमें हेल्प चाहिए हम लोग को साथ मिल के काम करना चाहिए। और ये अबंडन का लिस्ट जो इंडिया का पहला टॉप में इंडिया दिख रहे हैं सब जगह, जो हम लोग डिस्कस करते हैं ITF में जब जाते हैं तो ये नीचे आना चाहिए, और इसके लिए जो भी कोशिश और मदद चाहिए हम लोग एज ए AB मेंबर हम लोग आपके साथ है, हम मिलके साथ में काम करना चाहते हैं। गवर्नमेंट से भी हेल्प हो, यहाँ के गवर्नमेंट से हो, और या फिर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से हो, तो जहाँ से भी आपको जितने भी मिनिस्टर है सारे अपने को हेल्पफुल है, क्योंकि इंडिया के लोग बाहर जाते हैं तो उनको भी पूछा जाता है, वो तो उनके वोटर्स है या फिर कार्यकर्ता भी उनके पीछे लग जाते हैं। तो हम मिलके साथ में काम करें, और जहाँ भी हमारी मदद लगेगी हम लोग आपके साथ है। लेकिन हम सारे इंडियन एफिलेट्स मिलके या फिर DG शिपिंग के आप सारे जो भी यहाँ ओनर्स है सारे जहाज़ों के, और ये सब कम्युनिटी एक है, और यहाँ हम लोग एक टीम है, हम लोग साथ में एक है, इंडियन है, तो हम लोग इसके ऊपर ज़्यादा काम करें। जहाँ भी हम लोगों की मदद पड़े, हम ज़रूरत पड़े, हम लोग आपके साथ है। लेकिन ये मेन इशू जो है ये टॉप जो हम लोग बोलते हैं एकदम हॉट इश्यू जो कोई भी है इसमें, तो ये अबंडन का है और उसके ऊपर हम लोग साथ में काम करेंगे। और जिसमें यहाँ भी मदद हमारे लगी, हम लोग आपके साथ है। मिश्रा जी हमारे सीनियर कलीग यहाँ बैठे हुए, ये भी मेंबर है और हम लोग हैं और बाकी सारे साथी मिलके काम करेंगे। इतना बोलता हूँ और मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
Thank you, sir. Aishwarya ji. Is Aishwarya there? Manoj sir, can you come on stage please to give memento to Garat sir? Garat sir, आइए सब. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I request Anshul Rajvanshi to please come on stage? Yeah. Can I request you to please hand over a welcome bouquet to Shiv Gopal Mishra ji? Mishra ji, आइए. Shri Shiva Gopal Mishra is the General Secretary of the All India Railway Men's Federation. He also serves as the Vice President of HMS and the Secretary of Staff Side of National Council Joint Consultative Machinery, which is the negotiating body for the central government employees in discussions with the Ministry of Finance and Labor on labor issues. Additionally, he is an elected board member of the International Transport Workers Federation in London, representing 700 unions and 19.5 million transport workers from all over 150 countries worldwide. Sir, आइए, a few words from you.
Thank you, comrade. First of all, I'm very thankful to Manoj, my brother, who invited me to this conference. I welcome all of you on behalf of all affiliates of our International Transport Workers Federation and this August gathering. I hope we'll take certain important decisions as have been mentioned by my brother Mahendra Gharat. While I was talking to Brother Manoj, he was telling me that the basic problem is nowadays that thousands of our brothers are stranded as abandoned seamen in the many countries. Many of them are in the jail. I really admire that your efforts, that you made your efforts in this regard, and many of them you have got released them from the African jails and other places. So thank you very much. Thanks to your organization. I'm very thankful. अभी आप कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आने वाले समय में इन एबंडन्ड सीमेंस के लिए और क्या किया जा सकता है, तो आईटीएफ के स्तर पर हम लोग इस मसले को निश्चित तौर पर उठाएंगे। अगर आईएलओ के स्तर पर आवश्यकता पड़ी तो वहाँ पर भी इस मसले को उठाएंगे और एक बार कोशिश करेंगे कि all the abandoned workers, those who are stranded in the many countries, उनको किसी न किसी तरीके से ला करके उनके परिवार से मिलवाने का काम किया जाए। इस काम को हम लोग करने का काम अवश्य करेंगे। इसमें जो भी आवश्यकता होगी, मदद की ज़रूरत होगी, मैं भाई घरत और हमारे तमाम ट्रांसपोर्ट वर्कर्स के साथी जो जुड़े हुए हैं, सब लोग मिलकर के इसमें हम आपकी मदद करने का काम करेंगे। ये हम विश्वास आपको दिला सकते हैं। अभी डॉक्टर आसिफ अल्ताफ हम लोगों को यहाँ पर मिल गए। ये पहले नूसी के एक सहारा स्कीम के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और आईटीएफ ने काफ़ी उस मसले पर उनकी मदद भी की और हेल्पलाइंस भी जारी करने का काम किया। चूँकि सी मेंस जब एक बार सी में चले जाते हैं तो आप सबको पता है, हम तो हमारे यहाँ हमारा लोगों का ड्राइवर जो है वो उसको 36 आवर्स पे वापस आने का जो आवर्स ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट रूल है उसके हिसाब से नियम है, लेकिन कभी हो नहीं पाता है। वो आइडियल कंडीशंस में 36 आवर्स में आता है। तो जैसे ही वो 36 आवर्स बढ़ते हैं वैसे ही घर वालों को चिंता शुरू हो जाती है कि भाई 45 घंटे हो गए, 90 घंटे हो गए, क्यों नहीं आ पा रहा। जानते हैं, दे नो कि वो किसी न किसी रनिंग रूम के अंदर है, देश के अंदर है। कभी कभी तो बहुत नज़दीक भी होता है, ऐसा नहीं है कि बहुत दूर होता है, लेकिन अपनी ड्यूटीज़ की वजह से वो वहाँ से रनिंग रूम छोड़ करके जा नहीं सकता। सिर्फ इतनी दूर होने से जब उनके परिवारों को इतनी चिंता हो जाती है तो आप तो 6-6 महीने शी में रहते हैं, दूर रहते हैं, परिवार को कितनी चिंता होती होगी। क्या जब घरों पर प्रॉब्लम आती होगी तो उसमें कितनी लोगों को दिक्कत होती होगी। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो आपने मेंटल हेल्थ के इशू को लेने का काम किया, इट इज़ अट मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट। आज के दिन में ये सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि हम किसी भी तरीके से खाली सीमेन का ही नहीं, उनके परिवार को भी अगर हम मेंटली कुछ जो है वो ऐसा एनवायरनमेंट दे सकें कि देख या कोई ऐसा एक जो है वो तंत्र विकसित कर सकें जो उनके जो है वो मेंटल हेल्थ को, देयर मेंटल वेलबींग को वो मेंटेन कर सके और उनको एक दे शुड हैव ए सोलेस कि यस कोई तो है हमारे लिए जो हमको मदद करने के लिए आएगा। हम लोग भी बहुत दिन तक ये सब बात सोचते रहे कि ये सब का कोई मतलब नहीं है। हम लोग तो कभी कभी मजाहिया तौर पर कह देते थे कि यूनियन में जो लोग खास तौर पे काम करते हैं उनका कुछ कम होता ज़रूर है या उनके साथ कुछ प्रॉब्लम ज़रूर होती है, अदरवाइज कोई यूनियन में काम क्यों करेगा। क्योंकि अगर वो बिल्कुल फुल्ली मेंटल अलर्ट रहेगा तो अपना मस्ती करेगा, बॉम्बे घूमेगा, गोवा जाएगा, मस्ती करेगा, यूनियन क्यों करेगा। तो जिसका कुछ हिला रहता है वही आदमी यूनियन करता है। अब ऐसा सोच बन गया था हम लोगों का। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा कि जब ये देखा इनका और ये अपने लोको पायलट्स का प्रॉब्लम स्टडी किया हम लोगों ने, तो हमें लगा कि बहुत प्रॉब्लम है। और मैं आपको बताऊं कि हमने कई सेंटर्स पर इसको ऑब्जर्व किया कि हमारे तमाम यंग बच्चे जो हैं उन्होंने के अंदर सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी आ गई और 15-20 केसेस जो सुसाइड के थे, वाइफ के, बच्चों के, उनको हम लोगों ने केस स्टडी के तौर पर लिया। तो हमें लगा कि ये एक तरीके से ये हैजार्ड है, ये नौकरी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि उसका बच्चा जो है वो ज़बरदस्ती में जा कर के लटक गया, ये उसका बाप उससे मिल ही नहीं पाता है। एक बार मैंने किसी ऐसे बच्चों से बात कर रहा था तो एक बहुत विचित्र घटना है, इसको ये बिल्कुल सत्य घटना है लेकिन इसको कोई कहानी स्टोरी के रूप में नहीं लेना चाहिए। एक स्कूल में छोटे बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, सब लोग वहाँ पर जाते हैं, वहाँ बच्चों में आपस में बात होती है। वो कहते हैं कि आज हमारे पापा शाम को आए थे, इतने खिलौने लाए थे, इतनी मिठाई लाए थे, सब बहुत प्यार करते हैं, ये वो है। तो एक बच्चा बड़ा उदास हो जाता, वो सोचता है कि, तो लोग पूछते हैं कि आखिर ऐसी बात क्या है। तो कहता मुझे नहीं मालूम है। एक 5-6 दिन के बाद में मेरे घर में एक बंदा आता है और वो मिठाई भी लाता है, खिलौने भी लाता है, बहुत प्यार करता है। मम्मी बोलती है ये तेरा पापा है। तो अगर 6 दिन के बाद जो लौट करके आता है उसके आने से बच्चों को इतनी खुशी होती है घर में, तो जो 6 महीने सी में रहते होंगे उनके घर पर जब वो लौट के आते होंगे तो कितना जश्न होता होगा, इसकी आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं। और जब नहीं रहते होंगे तो कितना मेंटल डिस्ट्रेस होता होगा, इसकी एक भी कल्पना करने की बात है, उसको एक सोचने का सवाल है। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा कि ये हमारी इतनी बड़ी वर्क फोर्स है और 15-20 केसेस तो हम लोगों ने देख लिए कि किसी का वाइफ की डेथ कर गया, हैंग कर लिया अपने को, कहीं पर बच्चों ने कर लिया। हम लोगों ने जब उसके तह में गए तो पता चला कि इसका बाप जो है वो उसको उतना प्यार नहीं दे पाया या वो उसको उतनी केयर नहीं कर पाया। तो वो जब तय में गए तो वही बात समझ में आई। तो ये बात दिमाग में आया कि हमें कुछ करना चाहिए इनकी फैमिलीज के लिए और उसके लिए। तो देन वी थॉट कि दैट वी शुड आल्सो डू समथिंग। और हम लोगों ने प्लान बना ही लिया था, तब तक जो है वो कोविड आ गया। जिस दिन हमारा उद्घाटन होना था उसी दिन से भारतवर्ष में जो है वो कंप्लीट लॉकडाउन हो गया। ये हमारे आसिफ साहब लंदन से आने वाले थे, नहीं जा पाए। हमने टिस को कांटेक्ट किया था यहाँ पर, जो हमारा ये टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंसेज है, वो हमारे रिसोर्स पर्सन्स थे, उनकी भी फ़्लाइटें कैंसिल हो गई सबकी। तो हम लोगों ने उसको फिर बाद में सोचा कि अब अभी तो कोविड पीरियड में बंद कर दें। लेकिन जैसे कोविड ख़त्म हुआ तो देन अगेन वी स्टार्टेड दी सेम एंड आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल। अभी हमको इन्होंने बताया कि लीजा ने इनको आपको काफ़ी मदद की, लीजा ने हम लोगों को भी मदद की। शी ट्रेंड अवर फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर्स। और हम लोगों ने अभी सारे देश में 4, वैसे तो रेल में 17 जोन हैं, लेकिन हम लोगों ने 4 हिस्सों में बांट करके और पूरे देश में करीब 254 to 54 जो है वो फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर्स तैयार किए हैं। और उनका काम एक ही है कि आप मैपिंग करिए, ऐसे जो डिस्ट्रेस फैमिलीज़ हैं उनको कराइए। एक हम लोगों ने हेल्पलाइन भी लेने का काम किया और उस हेल्पलाइन में हालांकि मैं ये देखता हूँ कि 60% क्वेश्चंस तो उनकी ड्यूटी रिलेटेड, उनके ग्रीवांस से रिलेटेड आते हैं, लेकिन 40% ऐसे इश्यूज ज़रूर आते हैं जो कि मेंटल वेलबींग से रिलेटेड है। तो मैंने उसको मैनेज कर लिया है। वो जो कंपनी है उसको मैंने कहा कि जो 60% इश्यूज़ हैं वो आप हमको भेज दो, उनको हमारे जो लोकल या जिस स्तर का मामला होगा वहाँ के ट्रेड यूनियन के लीडर देखेंगे, लेकिन जो 40% इश्यूज़ हैं उनमें काउंसलर्स, प्रोफेशनल काउंसलर्स जो है वो उसको देखें और उसको करने का काम करें। तो अभी एटलीस्ट आई एम हेल्पफुल कि आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू आसिफ एंड ITF, दोज हु हेल्प्ड अस फॉर दिस बिल्डिंग ए टीम। लेकिन मैं आपको बताऊं कि कम से कम इस छोटी सी अवधि में 4 केसेस हमारी नॉलेज में हैं। कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी की वजह से हम लोग उनको एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर पाते, आई कांट डिस्क्लोज देयर नेम्स एंड एवरीथिंग। बट जहाँ पर कि 100% सुसाइड होने वाला था, लेकिन हमारी टीम ने उनको रोक दिया। तो अगर हम एक बच्चे को भी, एक महिला को भी इस टेंडेंसी से रोक लें तो मैं समझता हूँ कि इससे बड़ा काम नहीं हो सकता। ट्रेड यूनियन में हम लोग हमेशा जब भी काम करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि लोग यही सोचते हैं कि हमारा काम है सिर्फ तनख्वाह बढ़ जानी चाहिए, हमारे भत्ते बढ़ जाने चाहिए, हमारी वर्किंग कंडीशंस ठीक हो जानी चाहिए, हमारा जो है वो लिविंग कंडीशन ठीक हो जानी चाहिए, हमें कुछ और मिल जाना चाहिए, यही हमारा जो है वो काम है। मैं समझता हूँ कि ये नहीं है, ये तो हाई है, डेफिनेटली है, बट एट द सेम टाइम हमारे जो परिवार हैं उनका जो है वो मेंटल वेलबींग ठीक रहे, उनकी मेंटल हेल्थ ठीक रहे, उनका सोशियो इकोनॉमिक अपलिफ्टमेंट हो। हमें उनके बच्चों के बारे में भी सोचना है, उनके एजुकेशन के बारे में सोचना है। मैं कई बार देखता हूँ हमारे तमाम 400 के करीब लोग जो है वो हर साल रन ओवर हो जाते हैं, ऑन ड्यूटी लोग। तो उनकी फैमिलीज हैं, कभी कभी हमारे यहाँ 1:1 का रिक्रूटमेंट का रूल हम लोगों ने बना रखा है, एक मरेगा तो एक नौकरी पे आएगा, लेकिन हम लोग देखते हैं कि उनके बच्चे जो हैं वो 8वां पास हैं, 10वां नहीं पास किए हैं, तो बहुत अफसोस होता है। तो आई थिंक कि such issues, social issues are also our responsibility. I am very thankful to Fsui कि आपने इस सवाल को लिया है और मैं आपको पूरा विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जहां कहीं ज़रूरत होगी हम लोग भी, हमारी टीम भी आपके साथ खड़ी होगी। और इस सवाल को लेकर के जो आप आगे बढ़े हैं इसके लिए आप और आपकी टीम को बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Can I call Aishwarya ma'am on stage, please? And also Mr. Narendra Rao ji. Aye, sir. Can I ask, request Narendra Rao ji to give him the memento? Thank you. Thank you, sir. So everyone's got a card like this. Anyone who doesn't have a card? Everyone's got a card? Sure? Okay, there's a QR code on the card. Okay, we'll tell you what to do about it. So can I call on stage Mr. Steve Trousdale, Captain Daniel Joseph? I can't see him, he's gone for a break. Can someone please call him? Manoj Yadav ji, Narendra Saab, Aishwarya ji, Captain Nazir, Lisa, Dr. Asif, so the highlight of the event is this app which was made by Tech2C. Bulaya? Dr. Asif is here? He's already here. Have I missed out anyone? So can I request Captain Daniel Joseph to please unveil the app? So please use a QR code and it will tell you about the app.
Just play the video, which will be exactly what will show how this app is going to work. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Can we have the video, please?
Whether it's work stress, family separation, or navigating life at sea, FSUI Seacall provides seafarers with confidential mental health support. Presenting the FSUI Seacall app. Combining the latest in artificial intelligence technology with the age-old practices of yoga and meditation, the FSUI Seacall serves as helping hand for happy and healthy seafarers. With confidential conversations, FSUI Seacall is a seafarer's friend to talk, available around the clock. Like a friend, it remembers and responds to unique situations with empathy and support. It gives daily tips, mental hacks, as well as physical and meditative exercises relevant to maritime professionals for managing their mental health while at sea and at home. When appropriate, the FSUI Seacall app is designed to understand and connect the seafarer to a licensed therapist. FSUI Seacall. Anchor your mind.
So this code that has been given to you is right now about this video. On 26th January, since it's a Freedom Day, we decided to launch this app on mental health also on the same day. So the same code will be good enough for you to finally download your app on your mobiles. Thank you, everybody. I think we can go ahead for a small tea break, all of you, and then we can start with our panel discussions and further. Thank you so much. And I would like to really thank our MC for...
So I request everyone to please come back in 15 minutes. You may get your tea, coffee cups inside. We want to be on time. Thank you.
गया है ऐसे, ताकि हाँ हम भाई
I request everyone to be seated, please? This is one seminar we are on time, otherwise we always lag behind. Right, Aishwarya, can we start? No? कुर्सी का खेल चलो शुरू करें. चल झालं बस. So for the next panel discussion, which is on mental health and challenges of abandonment for seafarers, of seafarers. So can I call on stage Aishwarya Pilankar, please, who's the moderator? Are Aishwarya Gupta Pilankar, I'm so sorry. Captain Pilankar किधर है? नहीं वही है, वो हमेशा सर मैडम प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है. वो पिलंकर वहाँ से बोलता है कि गुप्ता मत बोल, आप बोलते हो गुप्ता बोलो, मैं फंस जाता हूँ बीच में. या बहुत बहुत बहुत. She is Managing Director, Nautical Marine Management Services, Vice Chairperson, International Maritime Federation. She is a leader in the maritime industry with over 25 years of experience. बहुत बड़ा है मैडम, थोड़ा कम करूं? मत पढ़ो. Thank you. So next we have on the panel, I can't see Steve anywhere. Bhakti? Bhakti, can you please call Steve? Bhakti भी नहीं है. Okay. Captain Daniel Joseph.
Hello.
Bhakti? Daniel Joseph sir and Steve. आइए सर. कैप्टन डैनियल साहब आइए सर. सर आपका मैंने एक बार पढ़ दिया, वापस पढ़ूं? वापस पढ़ूं कि एक बार पढ़ दिया चलेगा? सर एक लाइन पढ़ता हूं सर. Deputy Director General of Shipping Crew, presently posted in MMD and involved in registration and mortgages engagement and discharges of Indian flagships, including survey activities such as port state controls, flag state inspections, and statutory surveys. Oh, Steve is here. Thank you, Steve. 25 years of maritime experience in maritime sector. He is dedicated to enhancing seafarers' working and living conditions. As the inspectorate coordinator at the International Transport Workers Federation, he oversees more than 140 coordinators and inspectors in 57 countries who support seafarers. He leads a London-based team that provides assistance to seafarers and coordinates visits to over 10,000 vessels annually, recovering over 40 million in unpaid wages. Wow, that's a big amount. He is proud to be part of an organization advocating for the rights and welfare of transport workers. Welcome, Steve. I'm sorry he broke his thumb in the morning, but I believe it's fine. Just a little painful. I can see the pain on your face, but that's... Okay, then we have Dr. Asif. He's a medical doctor. He's sitting right in the corner there. Public health expert, working on prevention of HIV/AIDS and promoting mental health for the last 28 years. Welcome, sir. Captain Bhasin, is he still there? He's there. Serving as Managing Director at MSC Crewing Services India, holds a pivotal role in the maritime industry. Additionally, as a chairman of the Company of Master Mariners of India, he spearheads initiatives aimed at fostering excellence and collaboration within the maritime community. His leadership and expertise contribute significantly to the advancement of maritime operations and professional development in India. Now we have a martial arts expert. Yes, sir. Anshul Rajvanshi, Managing Director, Synergy Maritime Recruitment Services Private Limited. सर आप पहले बोलते आपसे कभी पंगा नहीं लेता सर. Anshul leads the Marine Recruitment Service Business Division for Synergy. He firmly believes that honesty and transparency in any organization go a long way in attracting the right talent. Anshul enjoys martial arts, and during his leisure time, he enjoys long drives accompanied by classic Bollywood hits. Next we have Ms. Sonali Banerjee, Principal Surveyor at Indian Register of Shipping. Over 20 years of experience in shipping industry. She is Senior Surveyor at the Indian Register of Shipping. Her experience includes vessel survey and certification and serves as an internal auditor for the quality management system with strong understanding of classification, compliance, and IMO IX requirements. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, I would like to say Happy New Year to all of you. And we just hope that a new year brings better mental health for all of us and a less number of abundancy for the Indian seafarers. I would like to start on the note from Mr. Steve to first of all elaborate after what he thinks about the abundancy issues, specifically about the Indian seafarers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's, as Asif said, it's very good to be back in India. I haven't been here since last year, but it's always a great welcome in India, so thank you for that. Abandonment, I think we have to be brutally honest about abandonment. It's a curse on this industry. It's something that we should be, and we are all actively looking to cut out of this industry. It has no place in this industry. But unfortunately, there are unscrupulous ship owners who regard their crew as just a commodity that they can use up and throw away. And unfortunately, certainly in 2024, the majority of abandoned seafarers were Indians. Now, I think there's a number of reasons for that, and we'll probably get into them as we go along with the discussions. But I think also the increase in abandonments, last year there was something like 132 that the ITF reported. This year, we haven't produced the figures yet, but this year we're already over 300. And it's going the wrong way. Okay, abandonment should be going down, not tripling. And so I think part of that reason is that there's a lot more, certainly the ITF is more proactive in making seafarers aware of what constitutes abandonment. And therefore they are coming to us or our unions early as soon as they've not received 2 months' wages. But I think across social media, as I say, we are extremely proactive in making seafarers understand this is what abandonment is and to contact somebody, even if it's not us. There are other people around the world, and of course DG Shipping is one of them, who can assist. But the ITF is a bit unique in that we can do a lot of things that other people can't. So when seafarers go to charities and say they've been abandoned, the charities can assist with the well-being, with the logistics of food and water, but what they can't do is tackle the ship owners. The ITF doesn't have that problem. And we will tackle unscrupulous ship owners to stop the abandonment. But unfortunately, as I say, it's on the rise. 2025, I sent an email yesterday to the ILO with 10 abandonments. So we've already started in 2025 where we left off in 2024, which is just a sad insight on our industry at the moment.
And that is really bad to even hear about the time. It's just four days from to come. On the same topic, I think I would like Captain Basin sir to talk about how do you think we can create a culture of accountability that can address this abandonment? Do you want to?
Yes.
How do you create a culture of accountability that addresses the abandonment? Culture that we need to create.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Before I say, I just want to add to what Stephen said. As per ITF data of 2024, there are 1,671 abandoned seafarers worldwide, out of which the most concerning issue is 411 were Indian nationals, which at times I feel it is terrible. It should pinch each and every one of us present here. Though DG Shipping is taking many steps, all good companies will never let their seafarer abandoned, will never let their seafarers stranded. It doesn't happen. But then there are always black sheep in the cupboard. You always have some agents, RPSL agents, or people working in the wrong method, which bring not only wrong eye looking up to the Indian seafarers, but also to the nation. That is what is hurting. And I also want to add, Aishwarya, it is not one company problem, or it is not only DGS problem. DGS has taken a lot of steps, especially Captain Daniel and the DGS office. Recently, they are taking a lot of steps. It is the industry problem. We all have to come together. We have to catch hold of each other's hands to tackle this problem. Then only it will work.
What one thing that you think is, we can take one step, that one step that you think that we can take right away?
Harsh steps. Maybe
what harsh steps?
Yes, maybe I'm sounding like what you call policing, but I'm not a police. We are just a seafarer first at heart. But the harsh steps, real strong actions, though the criminalization of seafarers or the abandonment of seafarers is not something new. ITF has been talking about it, taking steps for so many years in the past. But has actually been something done? Local countries, local people, they do it. But whenever we have seen, I study many cases. The cases come to us maybe through CMMI or through industry. I have seen Heavy Spirit in 2000. Before that, we have seen in late 90s the cases, and recently also. Every time the one main burden comes on whether ITF, whether company, is the law of the land. Sovereign rule, which put hurdles on us. So there should be a kind of a consensus, maybe at the IMO level, maybe Asif, Stephen, Captain Daniel, they can play a major role. So many other local ITF union leaders are sitting here. They can play a role. There has to be a consensus. When it comes to seafarers, whether it's criminalized or whether it's abandoned, there should be one rule. There should be empathy towards him or her. That is one thing I would say. But the local states should start with a harsh action. That's something I can say.
The harsh action that we are talking about is towards?
Whatever. That is for them to see. I'm putting arrow towards
what would
Daniel.
Daniel sir want to say on that? What kind of a harsh action do you think?
So we have already started taking harsh action. As I told you, that we have started taking action against seafarers also. Today's date data, 234 seafarers indoors have been blocked. CDC has been in the process of cancellation. Also, we have taken action against the companies by blocking their privileges, blacklisting the owners, and also writing to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to blacklist the DIN numbers so that they cannot do business. Presently, in the present RPS rules or MS Act, there are no provisions for criminal liability on the part of the RPS agents to send them behind bars, presently. So that's why this provision also has been included in the new MS bill, which was tabled in the winter session, where criminal liability can be also posed against these people, and they can be charged with criminal offense, is punishable offense. And more than this, what else? What else harsh can be? I'm not sure.
No, what you said is right. It has now, you have introduced into MS Act bill, let it pass through, let it be legitimized, then only something will happen. You know, we have cases, people are sent as a seafarer, but they never see the ship. They're working as a laborer. The countries were already named by Captain Daniel: Iran, UAE, you missed one country, Malaysia, you know. We have so many cases like that. Or they have gone on a particular ship, but the ship does not exist. They are working on a local boat or something and living in a terrible condition. We deal with this thing every day. And of course, we don't go to the world or market. We go to the DGS office and we try to solve it, whichever way. But this is one part, and it's an industry problem. We all have to join hands and come together.
So, Mr. Steve, are you really happy with the kind of answers that you're getting right now?
Sorry?
You have been getting some answers on about how we are trying to progress. So are you happy with it, or do you think there is something else that you want to add on to it?
No, I've seen Captain Daniel's presentation when we visited DG Shipping, and there are a lot of really good steps coming through that, which I think will help, certainly. I don't think it's going to eradicate Indian seafarers from being abandoned, but it's certainly going to help the issue. But I think that there is also a need for us to tackle the flags themselves of the ships, not just the ship owners, because the abandonment for 2024, which we haven't released the figures yet, but I can tell you it's 900 Indian seafarers out of more than 3,000 that were abandoned, over 312 ships, and nearly $20 million in owed wages across those 312 ships. The biggest abandonment on vessels were under the flag of Panama. And that's not surprising, because Panama is the biggest register in the world. All right? They've got 7,000 ships. So percentage-wise, they're always going to have more abandoned ships under them than any other flag. But second, and I challenge anyone to tell me where it is, was a small island nation called Palau. All right? Both are FOC flags. Palau is a small island nation in the Pacific, has no maritime industry whatsoever, has no ship owners, and the only ships it's got are about 310. 10% of them were abandoned because that particular flag, and it's not alone, there are a number of other flags, Tanzania, Cameroon, but Palau is one of the worst flags around. And ship owners use them, put their ships under this flag, because they know they can get away with absolutely anything they want. Not paying seafarers, not feeding seafarers, not repatriating them when their contract ends. If you applied the same percentage of Palau vessels that were abandoned, if you applied that to Panama, it would be over 700 ships. So that tells you exactly, the size of the problem we've got with Palau. Other island nations, you may be aware of flags of convenience. Other island nations, St. Kitts and Nevis in the Caribbean, is another FOC flag where we regularly see abandoned ships. So I think there's there should be some international pressure, whether it comes from the ILO, the IMO, the Chamber of Shipping, International Chamber of Shipping, put some pressure on these flags. Okay? We're not just going after the bad ship owners, but we have to go after the flags as well. They shouldn't be allowed to be... Lately, sorry, I'm going on a bit here, but recently we've declared two new flags as FOCs. One was Gabon in West Africa, because a lot of Russian owners have started flagging their ships with Gabon to hide sanctions and to get away from sanctions. And the other one was a place called Eswatini, which used to be called Swaziland. And it's a landlocked country. It has no sea, it has no coastline, but it's opened up its flag register so people can register with Eswatini. And it joins Bolivia, San Marino and Mongolia as landlocked countries where they register ships and it's a money-making exercise. And they get the registration from the ships, and then they do not care what happens to the seafarers on board them. So we need to start pressurising some of these flags as well.
So we can actually have a list of such flags which we do not really, you need Indian seafarers to be working on, right? So maybe we can have or work on that directions to have the list. ITF can definitely support us to get more data on that. I would just give that as suggestions. I would like to go to Captain Anshul on this. What or can we create an accountability in recruitment process with managing the inherent risk of abundancy and wages?
Aishwarya, first of all, I must thank Fsui and organizers to organize this kind of symposium and highlighting such an important topic of abandonment as well as mental well-being of seafarers. Okay, coming back to abandonment of seafarers, I think completely agree with thoughts of Captain Wasim that there should be very harsh punishment against these agents. I won't say there are RPSL companies, there are agents out there to make money. Somehow they are not bothered about lives at sea. They have agents across UP, Bihar and provinces in India where these guys are picked up. They are shown that, okay, when you go on the ship, you will be getting such a handsome salary and you will be traveling across the globe and all that. And these guys, they will sell their land, agricultural land, and they will come and join the shipping industry. Training institutes. It starts from training institutes. So I don't know how administration is going to tackle that, because this has to start from pre-sea training. We need to be sanitized. This pre-sea training institutes should be checked. Are they giving the right kind of admissions to the right people? After that, these RPSL owners, whether they have it tied up with the right owners or not. I don't know whether they can, DG Shipping is equipped to check whether, this flag is proper or not, but I'm not sure, but it is a difficult task. They're on the right track, as Captain Denier was mentioning, and last couple of years they have cancelled 90 RPSL licenses, the companies. 99. Okay, so, so I think over those last 10, 15 years, just to have more seafarers, a lot of RPSL companies mushroomed in India. So they have a huge task to check whether they are doing the right thing or not. If not, I think not only RPSL companies' license should be cancelled, the persons behind that should be highlighted somewhere in the DG profile, somewhere whether these guys were involved. Because we need to reach out to our seafarers who are joining shipping as a carrier. Okay, as Mr. who was mentioning that, Mishra Sahab was mentioning, they leave their families, they go out at sea to earn money, to make a career, and suddenly they'll end up in a small boat which is abundant in Iran or Iraq or somewhere, and they are surviving, survival at stake. So we, authorities as well as shipping companies should come together and tackle this menace. It's a huge task in our hand, but Aishwarya, I think there is no single statement to tackle this issue. Awareness.
I agree, there is no single statement. After whatever I have been having these discussions in different conferences for quite some time, and the similar answers have been coming up. The main problem that I see is also, not just main, I think one of the problems would be also when we are issuing the RPSL license, the initial issuance of the license which is given. Now we are tackling it and saying that we are closing 99. I think it's also at the time of the inception of such RPSL companies that the scrutiny should be a little more harsh. When we are saying a harsh action to be taken later on, we can go a little more harsh on that way, where we don't issue a license without certain, standards to be maintained on it.
We have already created an NLC compliance board, and any new approvals which comes, it comes to the board. So no new approvals are coming without a scrutiny. I don't want to blame game the previous or whatever has happened. Already 567 RPS agencies are approved, out of which 99 actions have been initiated. But trust me, any new company is coming, we go thoroughly against their profile, their background history, and it comes to the MLC compliance board constituted as per DG's order 13 of 2024, and strictly they are monitored, and then only the licenses are being issued. And in addition to that, we are doing surprise inspections, verifying documents, and all those things. Additionally, I want to add what Steve was mentioning, that MLC 2006-2022 amendment has given a definition to the abandonment. Abandonment definition has been amended to standard A 2.5.2 para 2, where abandonment means the owner or ship owner, whoever is the vessel's custody, abandons means he is not taking care of the repatriation of the seafarer, not giving wages for 2 months, or not giving necessary maintenance. Now the time has come to closely check what is the 3 part it is being not done. No? If any of the 3 part is not done, it is abandoned. Now the awareness is also much. So if they are not getting salary in 2 months, so they will immediately report to ITF, they will immediately report to us. This is a good sign actually. No? So the figure may go up, so but then we need to see whether it is only related to salary of 2 months wages or more higher, or it is repatriation, or it is necessary maintenance of food. So that has to be categorized further, whether the P&I is valid or not. If the P&I is valid, in such cases, all these 3 will be resolved straight away. So we need to highlight and target only those ships, those ship owners who are beyond this. Their P&I cover is not valid and there is a serious problem.
One more thing I would like to appreciate Captain Daniel from DG Shipping, that e-migration clearance, when it was brought a couple of years back, initially we were all against that, why to create a hurdle. But I would say in controlling this, agencies and these companies which are just sending seafarers out of India, it has
it's a big tool.
curtailed, it's a big tool. So thank you so much.
Just one more, I think, that I already have in my mind is there are so many vessels, specifically in Iran, that Dr. Asif spoke of, which there to, whether there are seafarers who are abandoned or because the vessel are arrested or something. How are we looking to get a legal assistance to these seafarers? It's very important because the RPSL companies are not even able to reach there, or the recruitment company definitely can't reach there. So we need tools like ITF and we need tools like DG to reach out to those people. So what is legal? I think Steve.
So we deal with not just abandonment cases, of course, but we deal with any kind of issue that seafarers find on board ships. And we do, in some cases, provide legal assistance, but we cannot, financially, it's just impossible for the ITF to provide financial assistance to every seafarer that comes to us. And in many cases, in most of the cases, thankfully, we don't need legal assistance. We use our leverage with ship owners and our ability and our unions, the strength in our unions to deliver the outcomes for the seafarers. But sometimes we do engage lawyers, and very briefly, a story that we've just finished is 2 Indian seafarers that were trafficked, and I'm going to use that word because they were trafficked, by the Iranian owner into South Africa onto an already abandoned ship, and the ship had been abandoned for 4 years already. These 2 seafarers went out there on tourist visas. When the tourist visa ran out, they're the only 2 crew on the ship because the ship is unseaworthy and can't move. When the tourist visa ran out, one of them was arrested while he was out shopping and thrown into jail for a year, just because his tourist visa had run out. We provided a lawyer in South Africa and we appealed that sentence and we got the Indian seafarer out. The South African government made them stay for a little while just while they did an investigation, and they concluded that they were trafficked. And we paid for them to come home. We repatriated them back. But the manning agent, and I can't remember the name of it, but I will give it to Captain Daniel, knowingly trafficked those Indian seafarers to that ship, because we've got the documents that says they're going to the ship. So they knowingly did it, right? And that's outrageous. And I think the problem we've got in India particularly is there are a lot of Indian seafarers looking for work. And because some of them are desperate, they will take anything, literally. We've seen contracts for Indian seafarers earning $100 a month. But they took it because they needed the work. $100 a month for a ship, for a seafarer. But they pay $5,000 to some loan shark in order to get the job. And some of the steps that Captain Daniel and DG Shipping will eradicate that but unfortunately, there are still these unlicensed ones that are charging $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 for a job that they can never hope to pay back because they're only earning $100 or $200 a month. So until we tackle the unregistered agents as well, we're still going to have a problem. But I think, as I say, the steps that DG Shipping are putting in place should at least start to see, I hope, a steady reduction in particularly the number of Indian seafarers.
Yes, Steve, actually I think you missed my presentation. So I had given the steps taken and the action taken and the results are showing, because in year 2024 alone we have got 801 seafarers back on record. So the steps are being taken. Coming back to the Aishwarya's question of Iran, so I'll tell you, we have started taken it very seriously. We are closely monitoring, because now if you see, as per DGS Circular 25 of Crew Grant Circular 25 of 2024, there we have included port of joining also. So now seafarer themselves have to be aware that they are joining Iraq, Malaysia, Sarawak and such notorious ports. And they have to themselves acknowledge their sea service if they are going on that ship. That is one thing we have added. So he is wantedly going into that area. So he is aware, that is first thing. Second thing, if he is gone and caught and he is into cases, like we have live cases, in year 2024 only we have got 48 seafarers back from Iran who were under various custody. Global Charlie, Stephen, Nadia, and there are few more vessels. We had big issues. We had hired lawyer through the RPS, and some RPS agents were not responding. We have hired lawyers to our well-wishers and our good people who have done on pro bono basis. So now, one case I can go on record. We have paid 30 lakhs to get 11 seafarers back, because the legal charges and other things are such that we have paid to no lawyer, and now we can't repay them. Now we have hold on the bank guarantee, we are telling the RPS agency that is going on. But such are the scenarios there where people are not coming forward, because that country is such where the financial part is such that people cannot support. Even ITF is not able to support there. So we are getting our people, our lawyers there through the High Commission and getting these cases resolved. So at present, almost 50% of the seafarers out of 81 are in Iran, stuck. So we are still trying our best to all our sources to get them back. But still, the figure is on constant now. So the figure was almost 96.
So you are happy that it's not increasing?
We are happy that it is not increasing, that awareness is going on. And now people are afraid. I think that message has gone across especially Navi Mumbai. Sorry to use that.
I am not from Navi Mumbai, please. But still, I wouldn't say, I'm really reluctant to on this particular Navi Mumbai thing, that not all are bad here. There are so many good companies out there.
Good companies are also there. I am not generalizing, but if you see that message has gone across and people are reluctant to put people in Iran, that itself is a success. So we have tightened the screws everywhere. Some or the other will go off, but we are trying our best to control, especially the two notorious places, the Iran and other is Sarawak, Malaysia, where we have such cases.
I think I need to talk to Sonali here. Since you are into compliance and things, now how do you see abundancy in Indian coast? We are talking about foreign flag vessels and foreign seafarers going on foreign, ports and getting abandoned. What do you think the same similar thing is happening in Indian coast, and do you think that we are being able to handle that in the coast also?
An interesting
Do we have any
question,
numbers for it?
Aishwarya. I don't have the number. I cannot support that data. But firstly, to begin with, I would like to thank the organizers of this event that they have brought out such a pertinent and relevant issue, which, I mean, majority, if you look at the Indian maritime fraternity, we know the biggest chunk of this lies with the seafarer. We are known as a seafaring nation. So it is very important that our seafarers and the seafaring companies and they are all in very good health. Coming to, like I work for IRS, so when it comes to seafarers, our scope is rather limited because we do verification of the inspection of the RPS companies and basis the recommendation that we issue to the flag, and then they take it forward. And we also undertake MLC inspections. So basis this is what classification, or I would say the role of an recognized organization on behalf of the flag that we are undertaking. Secondly, before I come to the coastal part of it, I would like to request Captain Daniel, because he is on behalf of the flag, that of lately we have seen, like when I was sailing, that was maybe almost 20 years, 15 years back. So we could see a lot of seafarers who were coming from cities like Bombay, Calcutta, where there was a lot of awareness about the maritime activity. However, of lately we can see that people from these big cities, they have kind of migrated their industry. So we don't see so many people from the big cities joining on the ships. Rather, we have a major chunk of seafarers who are coming from the hinterland. You know, so it is very, very important, and I have tried raising this on various platforms, that we should have a mechanism to repeatedly raise awareness. Maybe you go to a place like Muzaffarpur and Muzaffarnagar, you go and raise some awareness, go to Lucknow, maybe catch hold of people who are at least from UP and give them an awareness that, you know, what kind of employers do they need to get on board, what are the checks and measures as a seafarer who's joining first time they need to put in place. So this awareness has to be very strongly being put to the cadets or trainees or first time joiners who are there, so that they can avoid at the very beginning landing up in such a situation. Further to that, as IRS, I would see that of lately we have seen the trend, I mean, talking of we inspect the health of the company, health of the ship. Of lately, we are seeing that there are a lot of companies, the so-called black sheeps, I wouldn't want to name anybody, but they are not even allowing the management system to establish, you know, they are like operating from interim to interim, so that you don't have adequate data even to look into that aspect, that how they have been performing and how, you know, what is the financial health, how they can
for the data is because I know there is not such great data.
Yeah, so I mean, that is a deliberate move, and there are no provisions in the various conventions that that can really stop a certifying agency from doing that. So those are a concern they are having in their.
What would you want to say, Captain Dan?
Thank you, Sonali. I would like to add on whatever she has said. Regarding the Indian thing, I think Indian thing, if it is happening in abandonment in India, we are happy.
Very much within the control.
Because it is under our jurisdiction, our control, the courts are under our control, everything is our control. So we had a series of, sorry to name this company, Samson vessels, which of late went into bankruptcy, and slowly the company was taken over by other entity. Then we had issues pertaining to all Samson level vessels, one by one we had issues, but it was under our control because ISM, MLC, everything is under our control. So it was easier for us to control such a situation coming to that. The second thing what Sonali ma'am is telling about the awareness campaign, see, we have prepared this annual schedule, and I'm personally going everywhere, and Muzaffarnagar is in my agenda next. But see, we DG shipping doing it should be more of a union and other people coming forward and taking it forward. That is one. So as being a seafarer, I always think on root cause analysis. So it is the periphery we can keep doing awareness. The best part what we have done is what we have thought has to be included in the syllabus. So we have prepared a concept note and it is being put up to Ministry of Higher Education, Skill and Development, so that this comes as a curriculum. Then when it comes to a curriculum, then it will affect, the seriousness of this thing will be shown and it will have a good long-lasting impact on the potential seafarer. Coming to this seafarer already who has come to into the field, you create awareness, but the cheating happens when it is fresher, when he is fresh. So we have to catch them young and tell them that these are the things which are happening. Also, we have started a campaign. We have our field offices, MMD, in so many places. 13 offices are there. So many places we have delegated this responsibility to MMD officers to go start with Kendra Vidyalaya schools, which are central schools. Start with them because we have tie-up with them to create awareness on that, and then slowly we will cover the private school. But the main crux are what I think what Sonali was telling is creating awareness by including the syllabus, amending the syllabus and including in the syllabus which we have already initiated.
So Steve wanted to.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, I think Captain Rajvanshi also mentioned that the boys and girls from this hinterland, they are so desperate to have a career, they are selling off their lands, whatever savings their family has got, because in the various ads and promotions and offers, promotional offers that they get, it is always shown that there is a very neatly dressed cadet who is standing on the bridge wings. They don't even realize that once you join the ship, you have to dirty your hands, and then they start complaining that, where we have landed, this is harassment and that. We all have gone through it, as cadets or maybe as 15-year trainee engineers, where maybe our seniors have spoken a little harshly, so that we can learn the job when we go to the next rank and don't become a liability on the ship. In the ship, everybody has got very defined roles to play and there are no additional hands. So how to strike a balance? These are very challenging situations.
I think we all have to come together. Giving them a reality check. Steve,
sorry, I'll just take another minute to add on to what Sonali was saying. I think we all those who are here in this hall, have failed in our duty somewhere, because shipping is not the preferred career for our youngsters. Okay, it used to be maybe 15, 20 years back, but we are in the limelight for all the wrong reasons. I'm not talking about only Indian shipping. I'm talking about the shipping as a carrier. We are in the news when there's a Houthis is attacking the missiles, whether ship is stuck in the Suez Canal, whether ship is, there's an oil spill. We are in the news across the globe for all the wrong reasons. Nobody writes about shipping as a good carrier. What ship does. Almost 90% of the trade of the goods what we see is, trade happens through the shipping. And who runs those ships? Seafarers. But unfortunately, it is not the preferred choice anymore. Why India? India, I won't say we are proud, but we are number one country as far as population is concerned. So what I completely agree with Sonali, that we need to reach out to the right audience. Maybe go to the villages, go to the hinterland, go to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, because metros are not they have more options. These youngsters have more options from metros. But we must reach out to right audience, right candidates, and select them for maritime sector, because there's a hunger to join shipping, to do something good.
I think it is also about the standard of living in the metro cities and the tier L1, L2 kind of cities. I think that is one of the reasons. Yes, Steve.
I just wanted to come back on the point that Captain Daniel, that you asked about foreign flag vessels in Indian waters. Thankfully, we don't get too many abandonments happening in Indian waters. I think last year maybe 10 or 15 vessels in Indian ports or waters. But India has ratified the Maritime Labour Convention. And because India has, it gives India, flag state and port state, responsibilities. Now that they've ratified, you can legitimately, the port state inspectors can legitimately check on the earnings and the salaries of seafarers to make sure they're being paid and that they're getting food and water. Things that previously, prior to the MLC, they wouldn't necessarily check. They would check on the seaworthiness of the ship and things like this. Now what you can do is as you ratified, you can detain ships if seafarers are not being paid, whether they're Indian seafarers or whether they're Iranians or Venezuelans or anything, you can detain the ships. And I would promote that every time an abandonment is of a foreign flag vessel in Indian waters, I would promote the port state to detain those vessels and work with our inspectors, because there is nothing quicker that gets the attention of a ship owner than when their ship is stopped and it can't earn money. Unless they're going bankrupt, of course, and that's a different case. And one final thing, there are some proactive initiatives around the world, and one of them is Taiwan. Taiwan checks every ship that comes into its port, and there must be quite a few. They have somebody check everyone. They check whether there is an outstanding abandonment case on the ILO, and if it is, they won't let it into the port until that case is resolved. And we've had one recently where a ship owner bought a ship, didn't know that it had been previously abandoned, tried to go into Taiwan. They said, no, you're not coming in because there's $93,000 owed to the previous crew. He had to pay the $93,000 to the crew in order to take his cargo into Taiwan. So that's a great initiative. If we could get more countries doing that, we could certainly make an impact on abandonment.
I think that's a really good initiative.
To add this, we have already started working on this, because we have port entry rules in India, port entry rules 2012. It is 2012, 12 years already. So we are under revision, and this is already in our pipeline that we will be marking such abandoned vessels. Also, we are going to include these as a star system in our RPS, where against the IMO number, if there is any previous history of abandonment, that vessel will be blacklisted and people cannot put seafarers on there. So these two steps we are taking on the pipeline.
Unless the ship has been cleared.
Star system, so when it is cleared, the star will go.
Okay, I will come to Dr. Asif on the mental health thing. So there's so much that's already been talking about, and so much that we are already thinking, that there's the planning and training that you're going to go for the institutes and all that. But after doing all that also, as of now today, I'm not just talking about the entry-level seafarers, I'm talking about the seafarers who are already on board. Do you really think that they are already ready with their, to tackle the mental health issues on board? Even after they become a master or even a chief engineer, I would like to ask you about that.
Thank you, Ashwini. First of all, I want to say that people feel a captain or chief engineer earn a lot of money. They don't have stress. I think it's wrong. More responsibility you have, more stress you have. So it's not about ratings or low-level seafarers. A captain has so much responsibility nowadays, so much paperwork, so much scrutiny. They are under a lot of stress. So I feel that we have not done enough to help support seafarers. Two things, again, that's why we think that, because once you're a seafarer, it's difficult reaching. Now they don't have the shore leave, they cannot come to seafarer center, so it's getting more and more difficult to reach seafarers. But I would say that, for example, Synergy have a very good 24/7 counseling service, for example. But again, I don't know about their data, but I know of the Royal Caribbean, the biggest cruise liner in the world. They have a 24/7 service, but very few people use that because they are afraid of using it because of fear of stigma and blacklisting. So I think there's a bit of disconnection, Captain, also that we are all trying to do stuff on our own, which we think is important. You are doing excellent work. And again, for example, the managerial thing. So all the seafarers before going on board ship, they are coming to the agency for orientation and paperwork. So what we are saying that it's not about a long class, it's about saying that the life will be challenging, you will feel stress. These are the signs of stress, like a list of things. And if you are stressed, reach out to service. I think that needed what I personally feel, and again, I'm a person who had mental health problems. During the COVID time, I went through counseling, I went through antidepressants, I know how it feels. So I think the whole point is about telling people that it's okay not to be okay. I think we talked about diabetes, we talked about blood pressure, we talked about cancer nowadays. Oh, my relative has cancer like that. But we don't talk about mental health. Because there is such a stigma and taboo around it. My point is that it is
I don't know 90% of people in this room. I don't mind telling you that I have mental health problem. You know, if you have diabetes, if you have high blood pressure, I have mental health problem. You take anti-cholesterol, you take high anti-blood pressure medicine, I took antidepressant. So it's okay. So whole point is that we need to be open about it. We need to talk more about it. I think we need a synergy. We need a little bit, not company synergy, but we need a little bit of synergy of action. Again,
So we are not promoting synergy.
That's a good English word, you know. That's what English is the second language. So I think that's the best word I can do. Again, working with leadership. So it took us quite a long time. Now I find a friend like Captain Daniel, with whom I work on Sunday, requesting Captain Daniel, I'm bringing Steve to come to Mumbai, we have to sign this MOU. We are talking about a long time. Again, he's saying forget about the past, it's about the future. Again, I think if we connect with each other, a little bit of what you are doing, what we are doing, if we just connect with each other, make a little bit of coordination, and again try to use the word synergy among our service, it will better get better. I'm quite sure. At this moment, we are all in a silo, and again, I have another point is that maritime sector is so big. ITF has own objective and agenda. I have my own objective. I have my Steve has given me a yearly plan. I have my own output sort of thing. But the cake is so big. We can all work together, and still we can get a piece of cake. It's such a big work. We are talking about more than 1 million seafarers, and 300,000 Indian seafarers. Such a big work. So again, if we need to come out of the silo, we need to come out of the box, and try to be connected with each other. And again, learn from each other, because one thing we don't do is we don't learn from each other. We think, oh, we are the best. We know everything. But we can learn every day. So that's the thing I would say that, long way to go, especially cadets is getting much better. The seafarers, we have to be connected. We have to do together. Sorry about synergy, because that's the best English word I could get.
Captain Daniel, what would you want to add to it? I'm sure he would. Captain Daniel, I would like you to take a call on what he has, Captain Dr. Asif has said.
You mean the MOU? We are already starting on the MOU, most probably, as he said, inshallah.
No, I think what he mentioned, you are a good friend. So I actually wanted to know about your stress levels.
So,
since you're handling so many stress things,
yeah,
maybe I can, you can tell me more about stress.
Sometimes I do feel that, every time in office I get WhatsApp, because now my number is there everywhere, though it is good. I keep getting messages that sign off nahi hua, their issues are there with other issues. But then I see that 90% of the problem they can solve themselves, They could have gone to master or their company, they straight away write to me. But anyway, no offense, then I say, okay, have you approached your company? No. Then why DG shipping? Then you approach company and then issue gets resolved. But stress, it is there. I am also stressed at times. And then in office also I am stressed, but then I got this unique way of de-stressing myself. I have a good friend of mine, Captain Nitin Mukesh. He stays 2 chambers besides me. So whenever I get stressed, I just get up and I go to him. I just talk some nonsense with him, and he will also reply. So he knows that I'm stressed, and then we talk and then come back and start. Then he will come after 1 hour and he will start some nonsense thing. I will talk to him and then we start working. So we have to de-stress.
We have to reach to Captain Nitin next time. Okay. So that's what the conclusion to was.
So the thing is, I'm not ashamed to tell that stress is there, and stress is there, which will be there to be there. As he said, it is okay to be not to be okay. So if it is there, please reach out to the concerned psychologists, experts who can guide you. But I am having my PhD and I have become doctorate. I have doctor, but I am become a doctor, more of a psychology doctor. Many calls I get, and normally it is related to spouse issue and other issue, girlfriend issue.
From the seafarers.
Seafarers. And
sure.
I have become expert
counselor.
I have become expert counselor. If I sell X,
So we have clinical psychologists here.
So I
we
tell
have psychologists who
very, very jokingly I said, no offense. So I tell if not Parinita, you take Katrina Kaif. There is always option 2. Why you get so stressed, Sir, I get calls, these are not jokes and these are serious calls I get, and then I pass it on. The FSUI and NUSI and other numbers are there. So normally 80 to 90% calls when I get, it is related to the wages issues, and the other issues are there whenever they are stressed. Stress-wise, maximum calls are related to girlfriend issues and family issues. You agree?
Issues with girlfriend it's a very serious matter. It may sound, but it's a very serious matter. I tell you, in around 2016, we had connected one junior engineer, 4th engineer. He went on a ship after waiting for 5-6 months. Okay, he joined the ship in South Korea, and now ship was coming to Gulf, Fujairah, VLCC. And from the day one, this guy was behaving little odd. And second day, he went to the chief engineer, said, I want to sign off. Everybody was surprised that you have come to the ship after 6 months, waiting 4-5 months, you are waiting. Why you want to sign off? He said, sir, I want to sign off immediately. So master and chief engineer called us up. We said, counsel this boy, he will get down from the ship, then there will be long waiting list for him. Not good for his career. So they counseled him. But again, after one day, we got a call from the master that this guy is, adamant to get down. We said, okay, fine. We will arrange a sign-off. Send a message to the ship that ship is coming to Singapore after 5-6 days. And this guy will sign off. Message was sent. And after 2 or 3 days, we came to know that one fine day in the morning, this boy is missing from the ship. Okay. So mental stress can be very, very serious topic. It can lead to suicide. And the only reason we came to know later on because his girlfriend, so-called girlfriend, was getting married to somebody else. And his family was not ready to get him married to his girlfriend. So that lead to his, disappearing from the ship. Eventually we could not find him. And he sort of died by suicide. So this mental stress, or since you're talking about girlfriends, this can lead to this kind of issues. And after that, Asif Saab, we came out with this mental helpline. So that was the triggering point for Synergy, that if we could help out one single life we could save, then it is all worth spending so much of time and money.
Each soul at sea is important. Each soul is very precious, and we have to ensure that each soul at sea is taken care. And if it is a girlfriend issue, I easily convince them. But if it is a spouse issue, then because I myself can't solve it, so I always pass it on to the experts.
So coming back to, since we are discussing about mental well-being helpline, what Seacall is all about, our helpline is also, as you said, it's completely confidential. The counselors, when they receive a call from the ship or the family, the identity is not revealed to anybody, whether it is coming from seafarer from Synergy, because this helpline is open to all the seafarers, irrespective of Synergy or any other shipping company or their family
and
members.
their families.
And their families. So this is completely confidential till the time they realize that person on the other line is seriously considering to suicidal thoughts. Then only they will reach out to the concerned company, and then concerned company will reach out to the master or chief engineer and try to handle that. Otherwise, this is completely confidential. They don't reveal the name or rank or whatever. So I think, and we are, whenever somebody is joining the ship or through DG Shipping website, we try to tell seafarers, please reach out to a counselor whenever you need that. So
I just have one question to Steve here right now that is coming to me. He's just talking about suicide. So the suicide is one thing which is definitely not even covered into our P&I coverages and also. So how do we look at that perspective? Suicide, if there is a suicidal attempt or if there is a suicide that is happening on board, how do we make sure that such kind of things are also taken care by the it cannot be helped by RPSL companies only. There should be some mechanism to resolve these issues also. Are we looking at that?
Yes, so you're right. Like, suicide is not covered by 95% of CBA. Only the Norwegian seafarer, cruise CBA are covered by that. So again, Steve, as he is the head of the IT inspectorate, with 140 inspector, soon we're going to launch a campaign on suicide prevention and promoting mental health through our global inspector.
We have something
So,
that
so in that one, there will be lots of ship visit where we're going to talk to the seafarer about is okay not to be okay. Also, we'll be involving lots of employer engagement with stakeholder engagement, and you'll be happy to know that we'll be doing a global pilot in India in first week of April, and then middle of the year we're going to launch this program at the global level where the suicide prevention and seafarers' mental health will be included. Maybe Steve, you can say a few words around like your idea on this.
Yes, so it occurred to, we've obviously during COVID, it was fairly evident that there was a rise in suicide amongst seafarers because some of them were stuck on board 17, 18 months at a time. And as Asif says, mental health there is still stigma attached to talking about mental health. I mean, Asif's been very open about his own, but unfortunately not many people are. Many people tend to keep it bottled up inside, and of course when you bottle those emotions up, other things get to you as well. And so we had this idea that we are still unfortunately seeing suicide amongst seafarers. And so we had this idea to do this campaign using the ITF Inspectorate to go on board ships, because we do have that reach across a number of countries where we can talk to seafarers, particularly about mental health and other related issues, and to just do a concentrated campaign on it. So we're going to trial it in India, in Mumbai, and then we will go for a worldwide campaign. But we need to try it first and iron out any kinks in the campaign and what we're planning to do and the promotional literature we're doing. But yeah, it's got to be good for us to be able to talk. In the UK, there is a very well-known campaign saying to people, talk about it. Talk about your mental health. There's nothing wrong with talking about your mental health. Okay? We all get stressed, as Asif says. We all get stressed. And stress manifests its way in to different people in different ways. But we should all be talking to. And just, I wanted to come back very briefly to the point that was made earlier about some seafarers, when they get on board the ship, they don't exactly understand what they've let themselves in for. Okay, they think it is going to be, as you put it, this nice uniform seafarer, and the reality is when they get on board. For me, that shows, and I'm not saying it's in India, but that shows to me that there's a lack of awareness created at the point that they're learning their profession. We shouldn't be giving them the idea that being at sea is this lovely, well-dressed seafarer. The reality is something far worse than that.
US dollars.
Yeah.
Plenty.
Yeah. And because the reality is, we all know from abandoned seafarers and that, is there's 900 Indian seafarers last year. Some of them were new, some of them first time on their ships maybe, and this is what they get to. We had one cadet come to us who was trafficked into Iran and went into a camp and spent 9 months in a camp, not on a ship, with other seafarers. When we eventually got him back to India, he said, I'm not doing it. That's not the career for me. That's not what I thought it was going to be. But we can't hide them from this. You can't hide them from the realities that shipping is a dirty industry sometimes. So
I think everybody out here would agree that it's not an easy task, definitely, to be on shipping. But the people right now sitting here are somebody who are already into this industry for quite some time. So I think the key point and the key discussion is obviously educating them at the core start of their career, which is a very vulnerable year or a time for even at 18, 19, when they really don't know what the world is about. Telling them about mental stress is, I hope that they don't get stressed by knowing what mental stress is, but at the same time it is very important for them to know, to have the reality check on it. So with conclusion of that, I would like to open this forum right now for the question answers round from all the guests out here. can go ahead. No, you go ahead, sir. You don't have the glasses.
We'll request Amit to please put it up on the screen. Can I request all of you? Yeah. Can I request all of you to a little bit be so you can see the screen as well?
Okay. You just stand like that.
So you can see the screen as well.
You want me to read it?
To make them darker. So.
You want me to read it? Root cause of unemployment, awareness about mental health and legal rights, training and open talk on mental health, road shows, street plays and talks. I think that's a real good idea. We can really work on that. Use social media and other media modes. I think a lot of the companies are already doing it, but I think social media campaign, even the Directorate General is planning to have such kind of a social media campaign on that. Compulsory training for freshers, I think we are already working on that. On-board program from all over well-being. So I think there are already some things that they have been discussed.
Yeah, but these all are Directorate, I have discussed, all are covered. So anything new, I'm looking for anything new.
So,
which one?
Yes, please. So who has asked this question? Can we? Have you? Yep.
Yes, because thank you first of all for a lot of initiatives which we have been enlightened. Thank you to everybody. This particular one, root cause for unemployment. You know, why I said this, because we are one side, we are talking about India supplies only 11%. So there's a huge opportunity for seafarers to come in and we increase our numbers. Other side, we say jobs are not available. So we are contradicting both the issues. When you say jobs are not available, what do you mean? We tell the RPSL owner, you buy a ship. We tell them, give internship. How can RPSL guy leave aside MSc, English and Synergy, but most of the RPSL, you're telling them, what are the requirement from DG? You tell them, do internship. How will they do it? So what they do, they somehow, go to ship owners. Everybody cannot make it. Their job is to train, not to go and give you employment. You are talking actually an employment. Buy a ship and give them internship. I think you need to review this. And we
Sir,
go back.
I thought, thank you. The point is well noted. I thought, I have discussed this in many forums. I thought you would have heard this, but I will reiterate because I thought it is already covered. So that's why it was not new to me. But we have already done root cause analysis. And we have worked on, because our aim is to, by 2030 Maritime India Vision, we want to reach 20%. Okay. So 20% if you reach, you have to generate job opportunities only, no? So for that, we have already set KPIs and we have started working on those lines. The other thing is, one side we are going to create awareness by roadshow and all those shows, change the syllabus, put maritime syllabus in the Ministry of Health through Ministry of Higher Education. That we are doing, awareness. The second part, what you have said, creation of job internship, you mean, the initial 6 months or 9 months, whatever. So what we are going to do, obviously this has come from my very good friend, that we are going to implement, I don't know how far what will be the backlash. If a RPS company is employing 20 Indians, they will be mandated to employ at least one trainee. Okay, that is one thing which is going to come. And obviously I don't know how it will have deliberation and then we will decide on that. The second thing, we have already made plans to visit seafaring supplying nations such as Greece, which is planned in March. Indian delegation is planned to visit Greece, Scandinavian countries, Finland, Norway, and other countries where they are ship-owning nations like Denmark and other countries. Also Japan and other countries where we have already planned. Our plan is there. High Commission is already working on the plan for having negotiations with them to have a MOU kind of thing to create shipboard berths. So that is being worked out. Also the third thing which is being worked out, in 2012 or 13 there was a proposal from Japanese owners to give a gift of a vessel for training, especially Indian seafarers, especially for training. So we are going to revive this when our MOU we are planning to do. We are going to hire 2 vessels for being in Indian coast, and that will be managed probably by SCI because that is the government entity. So we will have training ships to give training berths. Though Emmet started, but that didn't succeed, so we will revisit on this as a 3-pronged agenda. So one is mandating RPS to give more training berths, mandatorily. Second is through MOUs with seafaring nations. Third one is having our own training berths, training ships. So these, I think by these we can tackle the requirement so that the trainee part internship is covered, then we can have officers and trainee for the 20% growth. I hope I have answered.
So just to add on this, I think unemployment, when we are talking about unemployment, do you think the reason of the corruption, or I think most of the people out here, can we all have a raise of our hand confirming if we are aware of that the money is being taken to recruit freshers? Are we all knowing about it? Can I have the hands here to say that are you aware of it or you're not aware of it?
We are aware.
I'm just asking whether you're aware of it or not. So most of them are aware. This just tells us that we know where the problem is. Okay, we know exactly that there is corruption of different level, and that one of the major reasons is unemployment and not only in our sector, but as a general in India, there is an unemployment, okay, and plus a lucrative, finances to be received after a point of time for this kind of an industry, and plus to add on is, as she rightly mentioned, the dress code that we show all above. So reality check, every time I come up with the reality check is what we need to keep on working on. And also, with that kind of reality check, how we can take harsh actions. I think both things would have to happen at the same time in a straight go. How are we going to work with the social media here? So I think Daniel sir is...
We are going big time. No, I have told you already 26 December we have come up with our own LinkedIn page, Facebook page, and a lot of initiatives in social media, and you will see me, trust me, 40 videos by April. Mine
every day one video.
So we are going big time in social media.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are very big on social media as well, so... thank you. So what I've done personally is I'm a member of about 90 seafarers groups of different nationalities. So I've joined these groups, and at least 4 or 5 of them are Indian seafarer groups. And every time we post something that is either related to Indian seafarers or their industry, like abandonment, we repost it through all of these groups. So, through the Indian groups alone, it's probably 200,000 people. They're not all seafarers, of course, but we try and get the message across there. And the other thing I wanted to just talk about quickly was the point about road shows. Next year in Mumbai, in January, the ITF is going to hold an ITF Expo. We did it in 2023 in Manila, in the Philippines, and we had nearly 5,000 seafarers come through the gates, 3-day event, hopefully outside, because January's nice and warm and dry, and hopefully we can find it outside, and we would invite the unions, the welfare organisations in India, some of our friends in the shipping industry to come along, provide information, guidance, advice, well-being will be there. We will, of course, ask DG Shipping to come, and we will provide up-to-date information on how to avoid abandonment and how to identify it, but also the other, when you've got repatriation issues, when you've got contract issues. We'll have all 6 of our ITF inspectors here, and we are looking to maybe have somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000 across the 3 days, if we can find the right venue. Yeah, so, and Asif's right, it's not just about India. We will bring representatives from the largest German union, ITF affiliate, Verdi. We'll bring the Norwegian Seafarers Union, they will come as well. And the Italian union, Chisel, will come as well, because between them, those unions have agreements on board ships which do cover in some Indian seafarers. So we will have, it will be a multinational event that the ITF will organise sometime towards the end of January 2026.
Very nice. I'll just take 1 minute. First of all, thank you, Steve, that you're planning something of that large level what was done in Manila in the next year, January. That's the thing. Now, coming back, I just want to go back to my good friend, Jogit Mani, sir. He asked a fantastic question. You said we are talking about unemployment, and then we want to raise the job. So the unemployment is the sector of only freshers. That is the problem. Because we have abundant of seafarers getting their CDC or the courses, but they don't have the company's intake. That is where Daniel sir has told you they are working on a methodology where if you are employing 500 seafarers, then you must have so many training first. Indian flag vessels, for your information, you may be knowing that if they take certain number of trainees, whether they are deck, engine, rating, the government of India gives them incentive. We are not asking, the foreign flag vessels are employing 85% of Indian seafarers. Only 15% goes to INSA and ICSA. We are not asking much incentive as such, but make that kind of a regulation that you are really going to take that.
Sir, Basin sir has been always telling about this point, and then some kind of incentive should be given for the foreign employers. Yes. So my only take on the open forum is, what kind of incentive? Will it be monetary or some kind of reward in NMDC or some kind of grading? What it is?
Incentive chahiye, Basin sahab. I have taken up that point in last convo, and I have asked him what is the incentive for RPSL companies. Like Captain Basin, not offending anybody out here. There are bigger companies like MSC and Synergy. They have their pool where they can definitely accommodate them. But there are mid-size and small-size RPSL companies which have been licensed by DGO and Directorate. So even they need to have some incentives. Like you're talking right now about the bigger chunks. I'm talking about the smaller chunks. Maybe they need to have some incentives. If the people who don't want to take incentives, they have a choice of not having it.
Incentive to theek hai, but then there will be a proper grading system, not CIP, that you didn't had any incident. No,
definitely.
We will have some kind of grading. Yeah, no abandonment, no issues. Then we will grade, especially on that so-called area. Then we can make a list.
Captain Daniel, there are a couple of like MPA, Singapore. If you are taking some Singaporean cadet, then the entire expenses for the cadets, entire period on board, and the expenses are borne by MPA.
How many people, sir? How many?
Very less numbers. But
very less.
But what I mean,
that can be done in very less.
It can also be done in India.
Don't compare when MSc is taking 200 cadets a year. Oh, very less do hoga, only 2. Here it is 200. So you want 200 to be funded by India.
No, we can give 2 at least.
Please.
Captain Daniel, if you see the mathematics behind that, maybe later on I can discuss with you. If you look at total number of cadets and TMEs per year from various training institutes, it comes to around 3,000 numbers?
Yeah, 3,000 to 4,000.
3,000 to 4,000. Let's 3,000 numbers. The cost of entire 1 year of pre-C training is around 3 lakh rupees. So total cost we are looking at for 3,000 cadets and TMEs training cost for the entire year is only 90 crores. 90 crores for you talk about any big company under CSR, They can very well fund 90 crores. So training becomes free for these boys and girls. We must reach out to these hinterland, pick up the right boys and girls to send them on board, get them pre-seed training.
So what we are going to do, Directorate is planning, just 1 minute, Directorate is planning to have a common entrance test which will be done by the DG Shipping, not IMU, another thing. There is already under review and a proposal is there. So once that test is done from the Directorate control, then we can have this CSR fund, everybody can come together. We are going to plan already a Section 8 company, you know. So in that agenda where INSA, MASA, FOSMA, everybody is there, then we can have. This is a very good point which
Sir, I just wanted to bring up, because 90 to 100 crores or 150 crores is not a huge amount for any big companies. Probably we can discuss more about it later.
Rather on the training part, my wish would be for the placement part. Training everybody will do, every training institute will do. My wish is that the Section 8 company which we are planning to can have placement for the owners, for the discussion and other things, not for the money part, but going and getting the jobs for Indians. That can be worked out.
So what was my point is, when I was trained as a cadet by a shipping company, they never charged me even 5 rupees. Why we are charging now exorbitant cost?
Which company?
SCI.
SCI don't, it is a government company. Don't talk about
this has got nothing
Apart from SCI, who is doing it? Tell me.
Sir, you have...
Sir, apart from SCI, who is doing, don't talk about SCI.
Great Eastern used to do, Scindia used to do.
Abhi kar raha hai. Bataiye.
SCI is charging for your onboard training. I don't think so. See.
No, now they are charging. Now they are charging. Hello?
See, let me tell you, SCI...
No, on-board training nahi. Lekin, in training institutes or anything, even on-board, our time, everything was costly.
Sir, your time, you're lucky lot.
No. So, see, now you're collapsing. You can make any rules, regulations. It will not work. Unless you make ship owners thirsty. They have to have seafarers. Otherwise, they will not survive. Similarly, we need ship owners. Otherwise, we will not get jobs. So, these two things have to be considered, and no matter how strong rules you make, it will not work. Because that is the condition. See, you see in United States of America, you get drugs at higher cost, that's all. You have to understand what I am talking. I don't want to make it open.
I think the point has been taken. No, I think the point has been taken. Captain Philip had something.
Yeah, regarding what Captain Nazir Upadhyay said, I will first clarify that. Yes, SCI used to do it till till I think, of course, even Captain Anshul Rajavanshi was there. That time there was no fees or anything. But now SCI is at par with any other training institute owned by shipping companies. They charge the same fees. And for your clarification, Captain Anshul, it is not 3 lakhs, it is nearly 7 lakhs.
Not all the companies.
No, but most of the ship owner owned training
when
institutes.
When they are placing, it is 7 lakhs
most
to
of the
8
ship owner owned, not... Let me tell you 1 minute.
One by one.
See, okay, now I will deviate from there. I have certain clarifications. I believe Manoj Yadav sir is also here. Give me just 3-4 minutes. First and foremost, congratulations to Manoj Yadav, Shri Comrade Narendra Rao ji, Captain Daniel Joseph, called the Masiha of Seafarers, Mr. Steve, Dr. Chaudhary, and everybody else who's organized this. And I must also especially thank you, Ms. Lisa, for your wonderful app which has come out. Well, but so many good things are there, but some things also I would like some improvement next time, because I have been saying that Manoj has been doing a great job. See here, who is here? Captain Anshul is there, Captain Basin is there, I saw Dr. Bhavanani here. All the good companies are here. Next time when we do this, this forum should be for a larger audience. There are 561 RPSL companies. The best of the ones are sitting here who has got not a single seafarer abandoned or anything of that sort. So this doesn't reach the right people. We need to go, this message, what we are trying to, the purpose of holding this is to reach the right people. Whatever Daniel is saying should reach them. Second thing, are there any training institutes here? Are there any Indian ship owners here? Basically, many or any INSA, ICSA companies here? No. Why? When a trainee comes out of a training institute, my friend Captain Basin or Captain Anshul would prefer, they also do take freshers, but they would prefer to have an experienced AB. They would prefer to have an experienced oiler or a viper. Where do they come from? Where do they come from? They will all come from SCI or some of the other Indian companies. Now, you don't have a single representative here from those companies to listen to what you are trying to say. That is very important. Why I am saying that this should be conducted in the presence of all the small and the other RPSLs to reach the right audience. See, are there no seafarers abandoned or mentally ill in Indian companies? Fantastic. I am very happy to hear that there is nobody here, so that means that everybody is fine on Indian ships.
No, the thing was, it's not that they are not abandoned, there is a mechanism easily available to resolve it.
Correct, but then I would like this type of fantastic event which you are holding to be held, including, it should be inclusive of having all those type of...
I'll take your help next time, sir.
Yeah.
For sure.
See, if India is number one, what is Philippines doing, which is the maximum, which they supply the highest number of seafarers, so very correct that very few are abandoned. This is a lesson, case study for us to go ahead and think about it. Now, as unions, as associations, I am also belonging to an association, as is Basin, as is Anshul. Are we doing enough? Are the unions doing enough to bring about awareness among our seafarers? I think we ourselves need to do much more. Now, my friend Manoj said that our seafarers have economic issues when they are ashore, mainly financial problems at home. As a responsible union, as an association, what have we done? See, I have worked in fleet personnel for over 25 years. The main problem which comes is inheritance issues, will, nobody has got a will, their declarations in the biodatas are not right. Why do we go and hand over to the Workmen's Compensation Director? And then it takes about 6 months to get the money which they are legally due, because there is no awareness. This is our duty as unions, as associations, to instill in our seafarers what is required to be done. We don't do that. Now, Captain Daniel has said that some 61 RPSLs have been suspended license. 99. Yes, 99. Okay, very good. He was waiting for the 100th one. I'm sorry. 99. There should be some way in which case studies of this has to be maintained, and it has to come to the public. I would not say that you disclose them if for some reasons that is restricted. Secondly, you said that the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, you have asked them to cancel the DIN. Is it so easy to get the DIN cancelled? I think it is not so easy. You can tell them, but they may not cancel.
There is a Ministry of Corporate, there is Companies Act 2013. As per that, it can be blacklisted. There are provisions available. And the letter which has gone, I can show the letter to you without the company's name and the directors. Very detailedly what all violations they have done, it is as per the Companies Act, those are violations.
Okay. So the DIN was cancelled?
Sorry?
Was the DIN
We have
cancelled?
sent 4 just now, so it will be done.
Yes, okay, it's a very good thing, because it is not very easy to get the DIN cancelled unless there is sufficient grounds. And one more last point. Now, Captain Daniel said that हमारा seafarer लोग दूध से धुला नहीं है. Well, दूध से धुला तो नहीं है, but कैसा हुआ ऐसा, ये हालत में वो कैसा पहुंचा, इसके लिए क्या वो रिस्पॉन्सिबल है? वो बेचारा अपना घर बेच के, घर गिरवी रख के आया है. Don't we have a responsibility amongst us? ये विकसित आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है तो हमको भी उसमें कुछ काम करना है, हमको भी उनको समझाना है, ये अपना जिम्मेदारी बनता है. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the speech.
Hello.
I think there is this one point of onboard programs.
Madam.
Just one thing, sir. Onboard program for overall well-being. There are certain discussions that I think clinical psychologists have thought of when they want to talk about it. Can I have them? Can the mic be given to them? And also Mr. Manoj wanted to talk something about
I just before you start, I just wanted to
highlight one point regarding this. We have come to this agenda of onboard program for overall well-being. So as a seafarer, I would just like to touch upon one aspect which I feel is missing today, which was there at least when I was sailing or when Captain Anshul or Bhasin sir was sailing, that there used to be a lot of interaction and bonding within the seamates. Yes, within the shipmates, and there used to be a lounge culture. Every day after dinner, people used to gather, they used to sit. But internet has taken that. After duty hours, everybody likes to go back to their cabins. And India, culturally, we have always been a very socially well-knit community. So we feel very comfortable. We feel that mental assurance is there if we talk to people, if we have people around us with whom we can bond. So I think that thing must be promoted, and ships where those things are there, they can be given some ratings, and some way we can enhance that culture and bring that back again. It's very important, I feel.
Very good point. Sonali, what you said is actually the problem today. Not only the youngsters, everybody is attached to the internet. They spend more time on internet. Our kids, like we used to play outside our homes on the field. They play in house on the mobile. This is actually a big issue, and especially on the ship, because at home you still have families, father, mother, brother, sister to reach out. On the ship you are away from the family. Your families are your ship colleagues. So you need to have that culture. It's a good point. How DTS or ITF will take it, I don't know.
I think a private company is also.
Sir, with the private companies also tell them, do this yoga, come to the smoke room.
With the advent of technology, people are aware what is happening thousands miles away to their families, to their friends. But जो घर के जो room के next cabin में क्या हो रहा है, they are not aware. So it's very important to understand what is happening to your colleague on the ship. And
you know, the companies have gone and gone Starlink or other things, trying to give them the latest Hindi, English movies on the ship. We are providing them. Still they don't come to the smoke room.
We have to make something compulsory for them. Mr. Manoj wanted to talk something about. Can you please?
Thank you for giving me the floor. In addition to Captain Philip Mehta, I'm really happy to hear him because I heard him so many times when he was sitting across the table during the NMB negotiation. Then his thought was totally different because he was representing the employer side. Now he's talking about the seafarer side. It is really, yeah, now he's with us, so he's just speaking our language.
Like a union leader.
Yes, spoken like a union leader. So in addition to that, what I am suggesting, day before yesterday, it was confirmed from Anil Devli that he was one of the panelists, but certainly yesterday he flew to Delhi, so he was not here today, and we invited him over here. And we invited a INSA also. Just a month before, we organized a same type of seminar in Belapur. Along with those type of company, I believe Captain Philip is talking about, more than 150 companies where Captain Daniel was also there. So it is the second or third event consistently organized by FSUI with our stakeholder, with our partners and everything. In regards to helping the seafarers, yes, till today we are not in a line. That is the problem. Everybody is just saying, yes, we are doing this, we are doing that. That what I have said in my welcome speech already. Until unless we will not come in a line, it is not going to be sorted out. In regards to unemployment and everything what Captain Philip mentioned, I don't know from where to address, because when he started, nobody opposed. We know the 80s, 1980s, 82, how we have taken over from the other nationality, this Indian seafarer, due to our qualification and everything. Now, a person who is not even going to the institute or hardly going to 5 days in an institute getting the CDC, what we are expecting? Either we are expecting quantity or quality. It's up to us. A person who is getting CDC within 15 days, we are expecting quality, I don't think we will get that. And numbers, yes, of course, we can present that now we have a 4 lakh, 5 lakh, 6 lakh, and ultimately the question from that our Advani sir is still there, that what about the job? So, thank you, Captain Philip. I'm really happy to hear our language as a trade union. I'm inviting you to just be with us, and next time definitely you will sit from our side and we will take a call from seafarers. Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening everyone, and thank you very much. This is a great forum. I am a faculty at MMTI. I take gender sensitization and mental health, emotional well-being. Now I just have one question to ask, because I get this question every time I'm in the class, right? So we are talking of the zero tolerance, sir, and I'm talking about the gender sensitization modules that we get for 6 hours. And so there is something called zero tolerance. Now I have had in every class there is a seafarer who asks me, if I've just said something, or I'm being very careful talking to a lady seafarer, and no offense to any lady seafarer, I'm just asking for a clarification. Now, he's asking the lady seafarer to comply with whatever the job rule is. Now, it so happens that there is a case of mental harassment, or there is, some sort of allegation, against him, and that goes to the office, and without any questions asked, he's signed off. So he says, where do I go? Because the company is not taking me back, right? And there's no one to listen to me. So what is the answer? What is it that I need to tell them? Because this happens in every class, and they think that because you are a faculty, you're teaching them, you have all the answers, not realizing they have no answers with us.
I'll tell you this, what you have raised.
Yes, sir.
Directorate has issued a woman grievances cell. You have seen that circular?
Yes, I have.
So every company, if they receive any such case, has to be mandatorily reported to DG Shipping. So company has taken action, right, but then it has to come to the committee and it is to be reviewed. And we are getting cases and it is being reviewed. If the charges are false, actions are taken against them also. So there is a mechanism available. Okay. So the seafarer has a means to appeal. Whatever the company has taken, that has to be reported to the grievance cell, woman grievance cell, redressal cell, and that will be taken care. I hope.
Yes.
Madam, I would like to answer. Yes. And we have with us Ms. Rupali. She has already done 7-8 ships as a chief engineer on Tolani. So she has got very high experience. I would request her to answer this, that when such a situation does arise, because these are very between the lines, and they have got a lot of fine lines between them, because we are not giving, by virtue of being born as a boy, you are not getting an opportunity to express your side of the story. We have all due regards that women are being acknowledged with so much of respect, and their concerns are being held. But at the same time, we know, I have got a brother, we have got a father, we have got husband. We will never want them to be implicated for something just as anybody's whims and fancies. So I would just request if Ms. Rupali, you can just answer that basis yours.
And by the way, these are all confidential, no names comes, nothing, whatever has happened, investigation is done, necessary actions are taken.
Sir, I have real cases who talk about it, that this has happened to me. They're sitting in the class and I don't know where to raise it, or I have no answers for that. That is the reason.
Also now, you just, DG, and there is a committee already, I'm saying. And also,
yes, we tell them, but they say that we have got no answers for it, because he's already sacked from the company, they're sitting for their revalidation, hoping that after he finishes this revalidation, he's going to get a job somewhere.
That's why that has to be raised, and if the actions are incorrect, necessary actions will be taken. All said and done, Are you part of the Sagar Mein Samman committee? Yes.
Absolutely. I'm very proud to be a part of it.
So
Thank
you
you.
are part of that. Please ensure these course corrections are brought in the system so that we can have proper rule frame.
I think
Madam, I have
aware-
answer for you. When a student comes, whether it's girl or boy, on board there are just 22%. So 100% environment consists of 22%. Anything happens, it is so much discussed, smallest to smallest and largest to largest. But whatever comes up in the mail and what to report, there is also so many filters are there. So I don't think so. One boy is getting harassed and he's sacked. Might he has done something else. Now they can't point out or establish the fact that he has done something wrong while maintenance, while cargo operation or whatever. Now the lady seafarer is there. If this issue comes, nobody will speak. Company will not ask much because they don't want to elaborate on this. So there are techniques. I am not saying always boys are wrong or girls are wrong. There are a thing, they take this gray area to hide their incompetency on both sides, management side, operation sides. So they take a data, last ship में क्या क्या, उसके पहले क्या क्या, किसने किसके साथ क्या क्या. So it is a mixed khichdi. At the end, that boy is sacked. So the thing is that maybe he is arguing with senior, he could not finish in time, or he has his own things to do. So on board, whatever happens, it is not never discussed. Maybe at home you don't know what your son or daughter is doing, but on board, master and chief engineer, they sit for drink and they know who is what and what action to be taken. So it is there, as a family, they take a decision. So when boy comes, I got sacked without reason, it's a wrong statement, even for the female. But it is a gray area and everyone attentive and they don't ask much question. अरे जाने दो ये इसमें नहीं पढ़ना है. So they just move on. So for the students, gender sensitization means you have to treat everyone equally. First do your job and if you can't do it, leave it. So don't do other things.
I think we know that sexual harassment happens more to the women. So again, as she said, it's very difficult to say who is right and who is wrong, but it's established fact that women seafarers, women cadets are subjected to more sexual harassment and bullying than the men. And again, especially for the ask for the ITF and the union, there's no proper investigation. It's just, you cannot, company just cannot fire anyone. It has to go through a process. When somebody comes to you saying that I'm fired without any cause, without any investigation, it's not true. Usually there is a process. It just, so again, my point, as she said that women seafarers are more subject to sexual harassment. And the whole Sagar Mein Samman that we are working, I think
Exactly, I
that
was-
really ensure the safety of the women seafarer. And again, I'm sure that will also help to reduce the sexual harassment on board ship. I think it's a fantastic initiative, Sagar Mein Samman.
Aziz Saab, let me also put my views across here. We have around 25 to 26,000 seafarers within the company gambit. But 99% cases, ma'am, whatever I have seen about these harassment on board are true. 99% cases. We had cases we had to sign off our masters who were sailing with us for almost 12 to 13 years. Chief engineers more than 6-7 years. We had to sign them off because after carrying out the investigation, we found those charges were true. They will not say this, I committed some mistake or did this, but 99% cases, men are at fault when there is a complaint against them. And we have, as you said, we have zero tolerance policy. One master was arguing with me, I've been with the company for so many years, and I said, very well, yeah, but you can't, being with the company for 15 years doesn't give you right to misbehave with your colleague on board. So zero tolerance policy should be there for all the companies. And ma'am, 99% cases, male counterpart are at fault. 1% case I can't say, but yes.
As I said, there is appeal mechanism. Just one last thing to ponder, because this is a very,
I think we have one more
very
who wants
interactive
to talk about it.
Yeah, very
I just
interactive.
need to Dipti Mankad. One more question for you.
Okay, very interactive one, very interactive audience. So as we are talking about zero tolerance, we have to think about zero tolerance of the alcohol also. You know, this is a big issue. Of late, I am having 4 issues which I am facing. People are not going on ships. People are going 6 months working, getting out of the ship,
Sir,
and then
maybe
drinking.
that is a good idea, stress releasing.
Then no, zero tolerance, is it a boon or bane? That has to be deliberated separately, because there are after effects, because alcohol, nothing is there on board. So as soon as he signs off, he is fully drunk and he is into cases. And I have 4 cases running which are happening because there were no alcohol on board. So
You're
food for
promoting alcohol on
thought,
board.
food for thought.
So you are okay to promote alcohol on board?
I'm not promoting. I am not promoted.
I'm just trying to get the confusion.
I am telling you, because this is a very interactive audience. So
See, you have all the secrets.
I don't promote alcohol, but I'm thinking because the issues are coming, so that's why I'm telling. As we are talking zero tolerance in women harassment, so zero tolerance, is it successful in the alcohol or not? That has to be deliberated. Maybe FSUI can have a separate workshop for discussion with booze.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Like I say, it's an interactive audience. I'll make it very short because this is something I always ask. I've never got an answer to, so I'm trying to ask you the same question. We've been talking about mental health. Everybody is doing a lot. My only question is because when a seafarer, we expect all lines are confidential when they call. Everything said and done. But the bottom line, root cause and the root thing which we need to understand is, and I'm asking all the panelists, anybody, everybody here, whoever is there, the minute he says, I have a mental health problem, the company repatriates him, they send him back, he has his counseling session, all said and done. He does not get recruited back into the company. Now my question is, like you said, when you have some health issues, medical tests are done before every seafarer joins a company. If he is not physically fit, they don't send him on board. The minute he gets a fitness certificate, he's sent on board. Now today, if we are talking about medical and science and health, we should not compartmentalize mental and physical health. That is what I personally feel, it's health. So in that, my question is, if today a seafarer gets treated, the psychiatrist tells him, you are fit, and let's break that myth, mental illness are treatable conditions. I think all clinical psychologists here will agree with it. They are treatable conditions. So the reason why we don't get data, the reason why they don't speak to the company, because they feel job insecurity is a major concern which causes them more mental health problems than anything else. So if the company is not going to take them back, why are we discussing so much here?
Lisa, right? I would like you to put a little more on this.
Yeah, Deepti, there's 2 things here is that we have to understand that you also do lots of well-being session. 95% case of stress can be managed without psychologists. So you have to understand that what we are talking very small percentage who are having mental health problem. So our job is to more of a prevent at the stress level. So that one, let me come to you. If someone is having bipolar syndrome, somebody having schizophrenia diagnosed, so it's a difficult case for even for the union to promote that person on board ship.
Sir, you're getting me wrong. When we are talking about psychosis and all, I would personally tell the seafarer, don't go on board because you're risking yourself. I'm talking about a case which I had come across. He had anxiety problem, all right? And he was treated for it on anti-anxiety pills. Today in COVID, I'm telling you, there are so many people working in companies who are on anti-anxiety pills as well, all right? I'm aware of it. I know about it. Fact is, having anxiety and depression. I am not talking about psychosis cases. That I will also not agree that.
Understand that the same thing happened with HIV. When HIV 10 years back, no Indian seafarer can get a job with HIV positive status. At this, at this moment, many Indians HIV positive seafarer working on board. There's a captain. I will not name that person. There's a captain who is HIV positive. So point is that the whole issue of mental health is something we start talking last 3 years. Again, anxiety disorder should not be a deterrent to get a job.
Yes.
You are talking maybe one individual case, but I would say that, again, if you tell us ITF that he or she was not recruited because of anxiety disorder, then we can take the case. Because according to WHO and IMO medical guideline is clear. Who can get a job and who cannot? And again, we have to understand that medical certificate is not a certificate saying I don't have any disease. Medical certificate is certificate saying I'm fit what I'm supposed to do.
Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. So that is true what you're saying. But this is what I'm saying. A case can come to ITF, agreed. My point here is all the ship manning companies, the owners, why can't they take that charge that we will take our people back? One side we are saying we want them to help, we want to help seafarers, we want to go overall mental health and this and that and all of it. But the fact is, we work with seafarers on grassroots level. Their perception is totally different, sir. They are totally different on that. I wish we had some seafarers here.
Where is this? Is there a rule preventing? Because I'm not aware.
No, sir, there's not a rule.
Huh?
There's
No.
not a rule.
Lisa, can you just take the mic?
If the doctor, medical examiner declares fit, he is going
No,
to
sir, but the companies are not taking. That's what I'm saying.
companies are not.
Captain very well. I'll share it with you. There is something.
Deepti, there are bad companies, there are good companies. There will be always bad companies who will do the wrong things.
So the bad companies are the companies who don't. I'm not talking about mental health. Even if you are having a physically health problems, they won't take you because they don't want to take you.
Yes,
so you
that is
can't
it.
really do much on that then.
Yeah, that is the problem, and it's somewhere our unconscious bias about mental health as well. That no, this person has this. No, something will go wrong. It's not true, sir. We have so many people working with mental health problems, and the company does not know about it. They are not open to talk about it because they will lose their jobs. I hope Basin sir, Anshul sir are understanding where it's coming, because I'm extremely passionate about this, and I've seen people suffer, and I've seen people not opening up. Unfortunately, some of them end up in self-harming or getting into an accident. So onus has to be with the companies as well. Simple thing, आपके घर में आपके बच्चों को कुछ होगा, you will go 10 miles across and do things for them.
But what is the solution?
That is what, sir, the companies have to take. We discussed so much in the
Companies,
conference.
so companies, union,
have to,
if you take
do
it,
something about
take it with the
Dr. Dikti is saying she has a valid point, but Dr. Kusum also mentioned something briefly on the same thing. You are right. There are issues to take the person back. But the good companies will give them that certain time as per the guidance of the psychology. There is a certain time. And just before that, myself, Captain Daniel, Captain Anshul were talking, and something Anshul mentioned, if you have a diabetes, you get cured. It's an illness. You go on board. You have a BP. You have a illness. You get cured. You go on board. Same thing, we have to start looking at it. But already Asif sir has answered, there are good companies and bad companies. So I really, it's a very difficult thing to say. But on the mental wellness, I have one word to say. I hate the word mental. This is something, a terrible word, maybe ITF should rethink about it. There is a stigma, especially in the Asian countries. There is a stigma when you say mental. Mental means something wrong. It does not mean anything good. Mindfulness is the other word. But then mindfulness, can we use there or not? People don't reach out. Even the all not only in the shipping company, in the society. Not only the shipping company. So that is something collectively we have.
I think only awareness is the answer to that. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Divya Nair, and I'm a clinical psychologist at Fleet. So I've been hearing everybody speak about mental health, and I do agree with Dr. Dipti on companies unwilling to take back people who are identified with mental health issues. I had that, I have started working in the maritime sector since past 4-5 years. Before that, I was with hospitals largely. When I first entered the industry, I didn't have any data on seafarer mental health. It was nice to see Dr. Asif put on some statistics, gives it credibility that there are mental health issues. I would have loved to see some Indian research on that as well. There is no hardcore diseases that we have on mental health of Indian seafarers. If I have that data, then it's easier for me to tackle root cause issues and handle those concerns, and also educate companies that this is the reality. Because right now we're speaking in the dark. We don't know the number of cases of significant depression, significant anxiety, bipolar, schizophrenia, and others. We are talking stress in generic terms. Yes, there are general levels of stress, but there are also disorders that needs to be treated differently. So yes, there is a need for a bit of R&D when it comes to hardcore mental health. And yes, there are companies who are now changing their outlook as well, at least at Fleet, since the time I've joined in. When there have been mental health concerns, what we have done is identified, give them a plan of action. We reassess the seafarer after the intervention plan, say after 6 months or a year, and before he is placed on board, I personally and my junior psychologist, we both assess the person's level of mental functioning. And it's not a fitness, honestly. It is about how he will now cope with the current stressors that could be there at sea. Is he able to take that, or will he break apart again? And if there are concerns, then we equip them with specific coping strategies that are not perhaps known to every other psychologist outside the industry. People who work in the industry know the nuances of the stressors. So what ideally could be also done is have more mental health professionals in every company working in-house as well, because till the time I worked outside, my perspective of sea time and maritime industry was very, very different. I would happily say to somebody who is bipolar and say, okay, you know what, you need to have a voice against the company, and because every person who has a mental health illness should get a job. But now in the industry, I know that if this person in that environment, the disease is going to have much more drastic effects. So in-house makes much more difference. And lastly, when you talk about training, India has a very diverse population. Somebody coming from Valsad, Gujarat, has a different idea of mental health, supposedly coming from somebody from Mumbai. There, the idea of mental health is very zero. I don't even know that I have a mental health issue, or I don't know how to identify that I am under stress. So their training is different versus somebody who is educated. So training needs have to be identified.
Thank you. I think we are already running with the time, and I've given enough time.
Key takeaway is to have one psychologist in-house in our every RPS.
Yeah, but then at the same time, the problem is because he's in the RPSL, they will not come to them. So that's a bigger problem. They don't want to come to the people who are already in there. What is that?
So these are some of the conclusions, I believe.
Some of the conclusions of the discussions, okay. Create entry-level curriculum for the cadets and seafarers, educating them about abandoned issues so that they are prepared. I will share this with you, sir. As part of their curriculum, cadets and seafarers must be trained on the realities of work on board. Yeah, that is really important. It's not all glamour, but they need to be ready for structural professionals work, which has its own work pressures. Reflect on SOPs of countries like Taiwan to ensure that abandoned issues are mandatorily resolved before vessels are allowed for sale. I think this was really a relevant thing that has been brought up by Steve here, and maybe we can work and find some real good solutions on that. Publicize lessons from incident industry-wide so that wisdom can be shared and we can all move forward together. I really thank all the panelists out here for being so patient with the interactive actions, and I hope you have also enjoyed it. Maybe we can definitely have 4 points to take forward, and with ITF coming up with so many things, and DG coming up with so many things, we are definitely looking for more and more betterment into this.
Okay, Aishwarya, Lisa wants to say something. 1 minute, yes, pinky promise.
1 minute. First of all, thank you everyone. Thank you Manoj sir and others for having us. And also, I think, okay. Am I audible? Yes, I fully agree with the other psychologist.
Lisa, can you come forward?
Come here.
Yeah. So I fully agree with all the psychologists, what they suggested and their experiences. Yes, there are hurdles. We face those hurdles first to, even ask them or to give them that space where they can come out and talk and be vulnerable. Because there is always a fear that they belong to the other side of the table. And what if our information gets out and we face some consequences? So I personally think that we have to not only train them, but also train people who are not from mental health field. It's very important because we have a lot of stereotypes, misconceptions connected to this field, to this subject, mental health. Because many people think that mental health ka issue hai, so they are not fit or they won't be able to function. There are many people. And there are many beliefs or concepts like, अगर mental health issue है तो ये तो बहुत weak है. Weak is the term we usually use. So it's very important that we sensitize and spread awareness among ourselves who can reach out more larger population, and also acceptance is very important. What I have seen so far, we talk a lot about mental health, but we do not accept. Just like Dr. Asif said, that he very openly accepts. I have attended a lot of training sessions, I have been working with him, and he, in every session, he will speak up. And I think that is one of the very important and very beautiful step, to let the other audience, let the other people, the population, give that motivation to talk about their stress. Because whenever there have been sessions where we ask, are you stressed? They're like, no, we don't have any stress. And by the end of the day, they'll
Basically,
be like,
a sign of stress is what they need to understand. What are the sign of stress or distress is just what
Thank you,
just wanted to.
just once again, I think our app is really going to help and reach to many seafarers. And since it's an AI, and we have also a lot of policies of confidentiality, so we are very hopeful that it will help seafarers to be vulnerable, to be there and reach out to us. So thank you.
I think one last thing from Dr. Bhagwan.
Okay.
I've been telling that last thing for quite some time now.
Yeah, I would just like to add some of my comments with everybody's kind permission. First of all, I think the question which was raised by Dr. Deepti, that, you know, these things are happening where people with a certain level of mental illness, if that's the right term to use, are not being inducted back into the company. I would like to highlight that this sort of a thing is now changing. Probably this was, it was like this earlier on, but now it is definitely changing, because now we are talking that much more about the aspect of mental health. Whenever we are introducing a new thing, it always takes some time before it can be understood, before it can be applied in the way it is supposed to be applied. That is one, and I'm sure in the times to come, it will definitely become better and better. One question which was just raised by Dr. Daniel, what is the solution to this? Probably some kind of a specific training program can be run for all the various companies here, so that their understanding and appreciation about the mental health can reach that minimum threshold level. I wouldn't say that it will be the same, but at least it can reach at the minimum threshold level. Secondly, I think one aspect was raised by you, ma'am, about what the various males are saying, that they are, you know, suffering. They may tend to suffer. I think that all depends upon the company's system. How is the company going to look at it? How fair the company is? And of course, there would be means and mechanisms within the company to be able to raise this issue. And of course, if they are not able to really feel that they have been given the required justice, then, you know, as it was mentioned by also Dr. Daniel, it can also be elevated to that particular committee. But by and large, I see that the aspect of women seafarers, this happens only in the beginning. Once the whole thing is just going to settle down, then I think more or less things are all going to fall in place.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Any kind of a
Thank
change
you
which
very much.
happens?
Thank you.
No, one minute, finally. Another aspect which was also raised by Dr. Daniel, which was about the drug and alcohol. That's something which is extremely important. We need to be focused on that very well, because we need to increase the number of jobs for the Indian seafarers. We must not forget, Indian seafarers are in direct competition with the other nationalities. And this kind of a thing, probably we find in some nationalities, but there are many nationalities where this is not really a problem. So we need to ensure that the Indians are always going to be, you know, looked at in the right way for all the various international owners. He also mentioned that we should probably have a discussion about whether it should be zero alcohol or alcohol should be allowed. I would just like to share what we are doing within our company. We believe that having zero alcohol is going to raise the number of violations. So we do allow alcohol, but that is only within a certain limit. Yeah. So,
I'm the first person who raised this point in front of ITF and IMEC.
Okay.
And that
So,
was a couple of years back. I have been discussing.
Thank you everyone.
So the number of violations are definitely going to increase. And finally, what we also need to do is we need to recognize DNA violation is an aspect of safety. It's not only about the operational part. It's not only about putting the vessel at risk. It's a matter of safety. People have lost their lives after being, going beyond the intoxication level.
Thank
So we
you,
need
thank
to
you,
be careful
thank you.
about that.
Ma'am, 30 minutes, promise?
Less
30
than
seconds, 30 seconds, not minutes.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds. Yeah.
So,
To the panel out here, we were talking
can I
about...
request all the chairs to be removed out in the meantime? Ma'am, please continue.
Yeah, we were talking about use of social media. And, most of us today are there on Instagram and Facebook. And the kind of media or videos that are available on shipping industry, especially if you go to see them, they are very unscrupulous. They are very demotivating for a lot of youngsters who want to come into the industry. And most of these videos are actually made by people who have never sailed. Okay, so maybe budding YouTubers or influencers. So my question is, what is our collective responsibility to see that shipping industry is shown in a positive light, because that is how we want to attract talent. And secondly, because mobile phones are so easily available and recording is very easy for all of us nowadays. We have seen that lot of people going on ship, they record a lot of things and they post it out on social media. So is there any prevalent policy for seafarers on social media usage?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think I'll put that question to the right relevant people and come back. Definitely. Definitely.
Rest we can take it while we are having cocktail and dinner.
Yes, we can. We can go on. I think this conversation
Captain
can go on for days.
Captain Daniel. Okay, can I request Mr. Manoj Yadav ji to please come on stage to hand over the mementos? आइए, मैडम प्लीज, सर प्लीज ऐश्वर्या मैडम को पहले दीजिए. Can I request another memento to be given to the ladies first? Sonali, please. आइए सर, नरेंद्र सर आइए. सोनाली मैडम को दीजिए. Can I request Yadav ji to please give it to Steve? Senior most first, So Basim comes last. Rao sir, आइए ना sir. Come here. Can you hand over to Dr. Asif? Dr. Asif. No, it's a senior first, sir. All the youngsters come last. Young in heart always. Yes. आइए sir. To martial arts expert. Rao sir, आइए. To the youngest in the group, Basin sir. Youngest in the group. बुलाओ ना. Daniel sir कहाँ है? Daniel sir. We need a group photograph also. आइए sir. Sir, आइए. So actually he is the youngest in the group. Okay, group photograph.
Before the group photograph, I think I really want to thank our MC. Seriously, you have really done a good job, and also he needs to be thanks memento to him. Please.
अरे सर हम लोग है ना सर यू ऑलरेडी गो दैट आई विल गो या पूरा आ जाएगा ना ग्रुप फोटो एक बढ़िया
Yeah, we can actually. We can. All the participants, please come on stage.
Please, everyone, just come for a minute so we can have a group photo. All the participants.
Turn the chairs around.
Asif will publish in the ITM social media.
I request all the tall people to come at the back. Maybe we can just turn the chairs around and there can be one row for people to sit down in front. Okay, I'm not sure if we should get any more people on the stage. This is not tested for 100 people. Yes, that looks nice. Thank you. Yes, yes. Sir, मैं ठीक हूँ सर कोई नहीं है. इधर में सर बहुत
More visible.
We have a last point on our agenda. I require 2 minutes of your time, please. 2 minutes. Can I call on stage Mr. Narendra Raoji? He is the General Secretary of the Water Transport Workers Federation of India. He was a trustee representing the labor in the port of Chennai during the period 19 to 23. Can I have your attention, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. He is also the Vice President of Fsui, General Council Member of Central of Indian Trade Unions. Can I request Narendra Raoji to please give us the word of thanks?
Hello, am I audible? Okay. First of all, I would like to convey my greetings for the Happy New Year 2025. Similarly, with a very short time, next 10 days, we are going to have Mahar Sankranti. That is a festival which will be celebrated all over the country, irrespective of the caste, creed and language. And I am very proud to stand before you in the capacity as a General Secretary of Water Transport Workers Federation, as well as the Vice President of Forward Seamen Union. Many of you may not be aware, I think so, that the Forward Seamen Union is, please, kindly, sir, please, Sir, please, few minutes. I will not take much of your time. I know already that you are restless. Already there was very big discussion was going on. Please, please listen to me. Sir, please. So, the Forward Seamen Union, which is one of the largest members having union affiliated with Water Transport Workers Federation. Water Transport Workers Federation is having the affiliated union in all the major ports of the country. Of late, we are very proud to say that in collaboration with the Forward Seamen Union and the local port unions, Port and Dock Workers Union, we are very much associated and working with very seriousness involving the port worker, particularly the marine department worker along with the seafarers union. So this time we would like to convey that generally the trade union functions are fighting for their wage revision, fighting for their employment, etc. But rather than that, this union, Forward Seamen Union, is very seriously taking the issues of mental health as well as abandonment of the seafarers. So this issue has been taken very seriously and continuously we are working on many issues. Many issues it has been deliberated over. I don't want to go and repeat and again all those points I have also taken. And particularly what I would like to say, the very first beginning, the Deputy DG Shipping, he was giving a slideshow. I have asked him whether it is available in the website of the DG Shipping. He said yes. We would like to share it with our affiliated unions, and first of all, we would like to enlighten our own union leaders. What is the problem of seafarers who is having a mental health as well as the abandonment issue? Unless and until we, the leaders and cadres working in the port and dock as well as seafarer industry, we enlighten ourselves, we cannot able to educate the seafarers. That is why I have asked him that it is available over there. Many of the issues you have discussed over here. Finally, what we would like to say, to make the awareness of the surrounding, the mental health and work condition of the basic human rights, the activeness of the seafaring profession, it is at the grassroots level. While the sector seeks the top talent and realize its ambition transition, it must confront and rectify the practices that tarnishes the images of the seafaring carriers. Now, there is an urgent need for a collective and robust response, prioritizing the human elements in shipping operation and ensuring the fair treatment. So, the well-being and rights of those who navigates the world's ocean must remain at the forefront of the industry, and discussion, such a kind of discussion and such a kind of enlightenment in the industry should always go on. That the Forward Seamen Union will always carry this, and we will take whatever the discussion, whatever the decision, conclusion which has been taken, we assure you on behalf of the Water Transport Workers Federation and affiliated unions, it will be taken at the grassroots level. We will be continuously taking this issue to educate the workers as well as the seafarers industry. With these few words, I would like to say, somebody has said that Indian shipping company has been not taken into the consideration. It is well taken into the consideration in future. In future, definitely this kind of criticism will also be acceptable, and we will rectify in future. With all this, once again, I would like to thank all the participants, the panelists and shipping companies. I have the lengthy names I have taken down, but I don't want to repeat and I don't want to test your patience. You are already restless. With these few words, once again, I would like to thank all of you on behalf of the Water Transport Workers Federation and Forward Seamen Union of India. Thank you. Thank you.
Captain Daniel, are you there? No, you are busy. I will, if you can just come, sir, 1 minute. Yes, sir. We want you to hand over the memento to Narendra Rao ji. आइए सर, सेंटर में आइए. Right, thank you. Thank you. The bar is open and the food is served. Thank you. The session's over, please.
As Sanjeev sir has told that bar is already open, I would like to mention a kind support from Tech2C team. अगर उनका इतना ज़्यादा contribution है कि I cannot explain in words. Really, we are very thankful on behalf of my federation and organization to all the Tech2C. Thank you very much.
Bhakti, just get all our team over here, Tech2C team here to take one pic, please. A group photo for all of you. Abhishek, where is Abhishek? Please, Amit, Sanjay is not there. Santosh, I don't know, why is my voice not reachable?
आइए टीम सीटेक, आइए कैप्टन साहब आइए. अरे उसको भी बुलाना है आपको. सुधीर आ जाओ. यश, पूर्वी, विद्युत आ जाओ. और कौन?
Bhakti, you are here. Himani, okay, I forgot.
So this is the team which made the app. So this is the Tech2C app makers here. थोड़ा राउंड हो जाओ, सेमी सर्कल में आ जाओ. Okay, calling all the people, all teammates of FSUI, please come on board, come on the stage for a group photograph after this. Lisa, come. अरे लीजा आई, अभी तो फोटो लो. अच्छा, लीजा फॉर FSUI, अच्छा ऐसे है क्या? मनोज, फिलिप मैथ्यू को भी बुलाओ.